Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 Council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Thursday, February 20th, 2025, and we are meeting both in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building and on the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:39 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. I do expect that we'll have a couple of my colleagues join me over the course of the day, and so when they arrive, we'll certainly give them a little time for an opening statement if they'd like. During today's performance oversight hearing, the committee is going to be hearing from the public as well as government witnesses regarding the District of Columbia Water and Sewer Authority. The mission of the DC Water and Sewer Authority, better known as DC Water, is to provide safe, reliable, and sustainable water and wastewater services to district residents, businesses, and visitors. DC Water was created in 1996 as an independent authority of the district government and provides drinking water, sewage collection, and sewage treatment for the district and other neighboring jurisdictions. Its goals include protecting public health, ensuring environmental stewardship, promoting water conservation, and supporting economic development. DC Water also works to address challenges such as aging infrastructure, water quality issues, and the impacts of climate change while striving for operational efficiency and affordability for customers. With that, a couple of comments on our format of today's hearing. We have public witnesses that will be testifying on their own behalf. Those that do will have 3 minutes to testify. ANC commissioners and those testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes each. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, only one witness will have the first full 5 minutes to testify. All other witnesses will have 3 minutes. And there will be a timer to help us all keep on track, so please keep an eye out for that. For witnesses that are testifying in person, please take a seat at the table when your name is called. For witnesses that are testifying virtually, you're going to receive a prompt via Zoom to accept a promotion to panelist. After finishing your testimony, please remain seated at the table or remain in the Zoom so that myself and others can have questions to ask of the panels. And for anyone who's interested in submitting testimony for the record, the committee will accept written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings, and the record will close on March 6th, 2025. So let me call our first panel of public witnesses. We have a little more than a dozen witnesses total, so we're going to break this up into 2 panels to see how we kind of get through this group. So the first panel, I think we have a combination of folks that are both online as well as here in person. So we have Yana Lanbrinidou, co-founder of the Campaign for Lead-Free Water, Paul Schwartz, co-founder of Campaign for Lead-Free Water, William Washburn, the chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee at the NAACP DC branch, Oscar Villalobos, the coalition coordinator for the Green New Deal for DC, Larry Martin, chair of the Water and Natural Places Committee with the DC Sierra Club, Robert V. Branham, public witness, Frederick W. Derry Allen, public witness, Chrysanth Cortinotes, public witness, and Keisha Turner, public witness. As I noted, Mr. Schwartz is here in person. Good morning to you. And then I know we've got others online.
Good morning.
Good morning. So hang on just one second while we wait to make sure we have everybody here. Okay. Mr. Schwartz, you're here in person. We're pulling other folks that are in the attendees on the Zoom onto the panel, but just for the sake of go ahead and getting started, you okay if you go ahead and get started first, and then we'll have Yana come in right after you?
We'd actually like to do the other way around because Jan is going to set the table and I'm going to follow. So if you can indulge that, that would be great.
I can. All right, well, then hold tight
Thank
just a
you.
second while we get everybody onto the panel. All right, for folks that are watching, just hold on tight for a second. We've got to make a couple of switches and then we'll be able to pull people from the attendees onto the panel. So hold tight just a moment and we'll get this fixed. All right, now we've got folks moving over onto the panel. So hold tight just 1 second. And Yana, we've got you up first. So as soon as we get you in, we can have you do your testimony and we'll get started. There we go. All right, I think we've got this figured out now. Yana, I think you're on the panel. So we've got you teed up as our first witness. So let me turn it over to you for your testimony. Good morning and thanks for your patience.
Hello, good morning. Chair Allen, members of the committee, I'm Yana Lambrinidou with the Campaign for Lead-Free Water. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. I'd like to begin by expressing our gratitude to those staff members at DC Water who are listening to our concerns, responding to our questions, and using our input to make improvements to the agency's approach to lead in water. Today, I'll highlight 2 points from my more extensive written testimony that we believe require the Council's urgent attention. First, DC Water's cost estimate for replacing all remaining lead service lines. We were just informed that DC Water has revised its already astronomical cost estimate of 1.5 to 1.8 billion. This translates into almost 43,000 per lead service line replacement. We have no words to communicate the perversity of this number. The EPA's latest estimate for a single replacement in jurisdictions across the US reaches a maximum of 15,000. Cities like Flint, Newark, and Denver have spent between 5 and 11,000 per replacement. And Safe Water Engineering, which was the Council's own independent third-party assessor, estimated that each replacement in our city should cost between 12 and 15,000. The backdrop to DC Water's staggering cost estimate should concern us as well. First, years of no line item transparency from DC Water, coupled with Safe Water Engineering's critique of DC Water's cost estimate back when it was still 680 million. Second, evidence from Safe Water Engineering that DC Water's contractor, CDM Smith, has a history of significantly inflating lead service line replacement cost estimates. Third, inclusion in the budget of excessive DDOT and DCRA costs. We are bringing this backdrop to your attention because it signals potential inefficiencies and even corruption, and because in the absence of council intervention, the financial burden of lead service line replacement is likely to fall on the victims of unjust harm while protecting those who caused or were complicitous in this harm. Let's not forget that DC residents suffered the 2 worst documented lead in water crises in modern US history, and that both crises resulted from DC Water's determination to avoid or minimize lead service line replacement costs. They resulted in over 800 and possibly up to 42,000 childhood lead poisonings, a 37% rise in the city's fetal death rate, and a 3-fold increase in the risk of elevated blood lead levels among children in the thousands of homes that were subjected to DC Water's accelerated partial lead service line replacement program. This program was carried out to supposedly remedy the first crisis, but instead created a second one while wasting over 93 million in ratepayer funds as well. We must prevent history from repeating itself. Toward this goal, we urge the Council to ensure that any legal mandate for lead service line replacement is fully funded. This recommendation appears in Safe Water Engineering's report to the Council as well. An unfunded mandate will work like a gun to the head of an entire city that has been harmed, forcing people to pay for remediation that should have been completed, like in Flint, Newark, and Providence, at no cost to residents. This failure will be immoral and a new stain in the district's history. The second matter is DC Water's public messaging. DC Water recently took the historic step to break from its misleading communications and in one letter include scientifically sound information that arms people to protect themselves from routine exposures. We applaud the agency for doing so. Yet one statement in one letter, while a welcome step in the right direction, doesn't go far enough. Lead in water can be mitigated effectively, immediately, and inexpensively. But people need to know the facts about the ubiquity and severity of a contaminant that spares no one. The science is clear and the data ample. DC Water's prevailing narrative that lead service line replacement solves the problem once and for all is false. And it is needlessly leaving people in harm's way across our city and for generations to come. We ask this committee to adopt in our impending legislation the commonsensical presumption that lead-bearing plumbing is present and poses a health risk in every building. We also ask this committee to heed the science and DC Water's own data and mandate a long overdue filter-first messaging. Such messaging would promote DC residents' precautionary use of lead-certified point-of-use filters for drinking and cooking. Last but not least, we urge DC Water to move beyond treating lead in water like a PR issue, to move beyond trying to control the message and the messengers, and to move beyond using its community partners as megaphones of misinformation. Lead in water is a serious public health threat, and DC residents have a right to know how to prevent exposures now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul Schwartz, let me turn to you now. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Allen and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Paul Schwartz, who along with Yana Lambrini-Du has been laser focused over the past 20 years on the lead and water crisis here in the district and around the country. The Campaign for Lead-Free Water was founded to protect communities from the often underestimated and routinely downplayed problem of lead in tap water as we've experienced it here in Washington, D.C. What drives our work is that current policies leave communities across the country and here in the district at risk from routine exposures to irreparable health harm from lead at the tap, even when their utilities, including DC Water, meets regulatory requirements and then claim that their water is safe against the backdrop of their own compliance data that shows that lead is being dispensed from between 70 to 80% of all the taps that they've sampled. This suggests, as Yana said, ubiquity of lead release across all buildings, across all 8 wards. Our most urgent request of the committee is to grant the Campaign for Lead-Free Water and ANC commissioners that we're working with and other interested residents with you, Chair Allen, and the other members of the body so that we can explore at this inflection point how to make sure that we're protecting people maximally while we're waiting to get the lead out. During the Watergate scandal of 50 years ago, Deep Throat said, follow the money. So today, I'm focusing on questions of costs, funding, and who pays. It shocked the senses when we learned earlier this week that DC Water's cost estimate for removing all the lead service lines here in DC rose from the astronomical projection of $1.5 billion to $1.8 billion. As my colleague Yana has already testified, the resulting $43,000 per lead service line figure is orders of magnitude higher and totally out of line with communities across the United States. This body must ensure that DC Water is clear, transparent, and accountable about its ever-increasing cost estimates for its lead service line replacement program. We've been calling for this for several years now. This committee and the DC Council commissioned a comprehensive independent review and critique of DC's lead service line replacement plan, hiring Elin Batanzo and Noah Attal of Safe Water Engineering, who submitted their take, the independent verification and validation of DC Water's lead-free DC service removal final report in September of 22. We encourage this committee and other members of the council and the public to read this incisive document as it still is as trenchant today as it was 2 years ago. Potential clawback in federal funding for lead service line replacement and DC's scant commitment to address abatement of lead and water issues with local tax dollars mean that the gap between estimated costs and obligated funding guarantees continued health harm for district residents for generations to come. DC Water is planning to raise rates around 70 to 80% or so over the next several years, leaving their exposed customers vulnerable to increasing levels of water shutoffs due to their inability to pay. This represents layer upon layer of injustice, inequity, and inevitable harm. DC residents should not have to pay directly or out of pocket or indirectly through rate increases to replace the instruments of their harm. So this committee must press DC Water to be clear, transparent, and accountable. Further, we have asked DC Water to share their MOA with joint venture partners CDM Smith and Ramboll USA. This is critical because these firms are and will play an outsized role in the implementation of the lead-free DC lead service line replacement program over the next 13 years. As Yana just testified, CDM Smith's work around the country raises troubling questions. There are perverse incentives for CDM Smith to inflate cost estimates. It's our understanding from media accounts that there is an ongoing investigation about the Newark, New Jersey lead service line replacement program for which CDM Smith was the prime contractor. This is why it's important that the council set up a citizens advisory committee that is independent of DC Water, perhaps under DOE's umbrella, made up of residents who have legal, financial, procurement, and contractual expertise. We think the council should consider rehiring Elin Batanza of Safe Water Engineering, who already has done extensive research and critique of the lead-free DC plan and has written about the documented CDM Smith flaws and misleading interpretations of cost information. And just to finish up, whoops, as I scroll to my end here, excuse me. DC must cut to a minimum, if not eliminate, permitting and roadwork fees for lead service line replacement. It's our understanding that DC Water is still in conversation with DDOT and DOB, DCRA about this matter and have not been able to reach a satisfactory conclusion. Finally, DC Water has cultivated a cadre of residents and non-residents who are wittingly and unwittingly misinforming people about the nature and extent of lead exposure at the tap. This messaging about the near ubiquity of lead and water exposure across all buildings and in every ward in the District of Columbia needs to be aligned with what DC Water's own LCR compliance sampling data suggests and the peer-reviewed science clearly lays out. The fact that duly certified reducing filters that are relatively cheap and reliably reduce or remove lead down to or close to 0 parts per billion, EPA's science-based health goal, should be in every communication to all water users across the city, from DC Water, from DOEE, and DC Health. While it is hugely important to get the lead service lines out of the ground, that will take years and years to achieve. And even when it's finally done, lead from in-building or premise plumbing will still be present. If filters are not effectively deployed in the water we use for cooking or drinking for generations to come, it is time for a full-throated filter-first public education program to become the law of DC. Once again, we request that the committee meet with the Campaign for Lead-Free Water, ANC commissioners, and other concerned residents as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to questions and the rest of the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Next, let me turn to William Washburn. Mr. Washburn, good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen. Want to thank you for granting me the opportunity to testify on behalf of the NAACP DC branch and also the campaign to reduce lead exposure and asthma. I'm Bill Washburn, chair of the DC branch's Environmental and Climate Justice Committee, and we've been engaged in the fight to reduce lead exposure, to reduce asthma triggering substances in our air, our water, for several years now. I want to just, we will be submitting written testimony after this hearing, but I wanted to just highlight a few points. Number one, we are here at a critical time when, as Mr. Schwartz indicated, there is a possibility of there being a clawback of federal funds that had already been allocated to help municipalities and communities such as DC to pay for lead service line replacements. And I'm raising this issue because we are here at a time when the city has already clawed back money, which they did back from from the FY23 budget to help pay for this, and we are very concerned about the possibility of funds for DC Water's lead service line replacement running out at a point where there are no federal funds available to continue this work. And we strongly urge the council to ensure that there are funds to continue this program. We already know that the work will not be completed by 2030, okay, for a number of reasons. But this must continue. This work must continue. Another concern we have, of course, is who's going to pay for this and the cost. We have been we've been helping communities along with other groups to participate in the lead service line removal program. But we have also stated our concern that on this present course, if DC Water raises rates to cover the cost of this work, that homeowners, owners of properties, multifamily properties, particularly east of the river, would be slammed. Okay, I live in Ward 8, and I'm a homeowner, and we have already seen our water rates rise, well, really double just from prior infrastructure work that has been done to improve water delivery out here east of the river. Okay, we we cannot stand a 70 to 80% increase in our rates to pay for this work. Another point I want to make is that we know that we are at a point where our city government is considering the possibility of building a new stadium or having a new stadium built for one of our professional teams. Okay, we cannot support such a move if it involves the city putting up $500 million or more to pay for a facility whose billionaire owner can afford to finance that facility himself. Okay, we've got to quit kicking the can down the road in terms of the city's financial commitment to get lead service lines replaced. We also want to see lead filtering. We want to see lead filtering filters made available for people across the city, and particularly for low moderate income residents, that these filters be made free of charge while we await the replacement of lead service lines. On behalf of the NAACP DC branch and campaign to reduce lead exposure and asthma, I thank you once again for this opportunity to testify, and I'm available for any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Washburn. Next, we've got Oscar Villalobos. Good morning.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Amazing. Good morning, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee. Thank you for hosting this budget oversight hearing today and this morning, and for everybody attending. My name is Oscar Villalobos, and I'm the coalition coordinator for the Green New Deal for DC Coalition. And I'm here to address some of the concerns with the lead removal programs happening in the city and questions we would like the committee to address DC Water. As everyone else in the testimony hearing has mentioned, DC has a longstanding crisis with lead water pipes in our city, according to a 2022 report by DC Council. Specifically, it is estimated that around 40,000 lead pipes are left in the city's water infrastructure. Although some progress has been made in this regard, this is not enough given the scale of the issue and the infrastructure still being served by lead service lines. This is not enough to alleviate the city. And want to emphasize the harm that this can cause a sort of reminder of the health effects, especially for children with water-lead particles in it, including slow growth and behavioral problems, which leads me to have different questions on the prioritization of the lead remediation programs in the city, specifically in child centers, in schools, and recreational centers. I want to touch on another point, the amazing opportunity that this can bring as well with the lead remediation service to the city in terms of job creation. The need to get this done means that more workers need to be hired. And this will be a wonderful opportunity for DC residents to enter the labor force, to get good union paying jobs in the process so that the lead pipe removal work is done for the community by the community. It is critical that this council, first of all, passes legislation mandating the remediation programs of lead by 2030 or a little later, as soon as possible. That includes funding for water filters, because again, as many others have said, it is important that DC residents are protected while this work is being done. And going back to my points on prioritization, there needs to be priorities for working class neighborhoods. I think Will made this point very eloquently. Wards 5, 7, and 8 need to be prioritized because the lead remediation programs have been lacking in these neighborhoods, in these wards, compared to other more affluent wards in the city. And so to these questions and all these points being made, these are some of the questions we would like the committee to ask the agency in the following. How are the most vulnerable DC neighborhoods prioritized, and how is the community engaged? How does DC Water ensure it's following best practices for protecting residents while lead remediation is happening? What is the current labor force participation with DC Water, and what would the labor force be needed to complete a full remediation program, either by 2030 or later? And what are ways to protect renters and hold landlords accountable so that they can also participate in the lead remediation program? Thank you for your time, Chairperson Allen, and members of the committee. If you have any questions or matters you'd like to discuss, I'm happy to be here. And this will be the end of my testimony today.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Villalobos. Next, let me turn to Dr. Larry Martin. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Councilmember Allen. Thank you for this opportunity to testify at the hearing for DC Water, and thank you for your leadership on the committee. My name is Larry Martin, and I am the Water and Natural Places Committee Chair of the Sierra Club District of Columbia chapter. And I also recently began a 2-year term on DC Water Stakeholder Alliance, which is a public advisory committee. So Sierra Club is alarmed that the pace of lead service line replacement is not rising to the urgent need to eliminate exposure to lead. Public health experts agree that there's no safe level for lead exposure for any age group. And while other cities like Newark, New Jersey have moved quickly to replace lead service lines, DC has made bold pronouncements about goals, but backtracks on budget and has failed to pass the necessary legislation on lead service line replacement programs. DC Water's current estimate of lead or unknown service lines needing replacement is about 41,000, and the cost of the lead-free DC program is estimated to be between like 1.5 and 1.8 billion over the program's life. DC Water's target deadline for replacing all lead service lines in the district is 2030, contingent on sufficient funding being made available. We just don't see how the existing budget will meet this program cost, much less this deadline, especially with likely cutbacks in federal funding that have supplemented the program. I think funding for this program should be scrutinized, and it should also be prioritized among district's budget. It may be more expensive than we'd like it to be, but it's not a cost that we can scrimp on. I mean, this is public safety that we're talking about, and we need to prioritize that. So importantly, the legislation introduced in 2024 and reintroduced in 2025 as bills 0111 and 0092, they address the urgent need for timely and cost-effective replacement of lead service line. And it's critical the passage of the legislation include provisions for clear public messaging, explaining that all residents with lead pipes are at risk of lead poisoning, and that all households should have their water properly tested, because many types of in-house plumbing can also release lead. This legislation needs to be prioritized, finalized, and passed by the council immediately. I know that you've given it your highest attention, and I hope that your committee can move this along as quickly as possible this spring. So, there are many chemicals that circulate widely in society and end up as contaminants in our sewage and our drinking water. Of increasing concern are polyfluorinated alkyl substances, or known as PFAS. They're widely present in household products and have been found in sewage sludge. Sierra Club partnered with DC Water to prepare a report on the cumulative risks associated with public use of DC Water's biosolid soil amendment product, which includes potential PFAS contamination. The DC Council helped to fund the report in the fiscal year 2018 budget. I'm happy to report to you now that phase 1 of this report is nearing completion and will be presented to the committee this calendar year. The report comes alongside growing awareness of the dangers of PFAS, including regulatory and scientific actions taken by the EPA in 2024, including a new regulatory standard for PFAS in drinking water. Sierra Club and DC Water agree that to reduce contamination of the biosolids, there is a need for greater public education on how to reduce use and disposal of PFAS-containing products into the district's wastewater. Sierra Club has closely followed the efforts by DC Water to implement the compliance agreement between the district and US EPA for the mitigation of stormwater overflow into our surface waters. DC Water's progress in tunnel construction and green infrastructure is satisfactory, and the improved quality of surface water where the projects have been completed demonstrates the effectiveness of the plan and technology implementation. Finally, Sierra Club highlights DC Water's efforts to use their resources to expand clean energy options for the district. The anaerobic biodigestion of sewage for energy recovery meets about 1/3 of DC Water's energy requirements. And as you probably know, they are the single largest user of electricity in DC. They demonstrated at their new headquarters on the Anacostia waterfront that heating and cooling using heat pumps connected to the sewer line is a viable, highly efficient source of energy for DC. And as you also may know, we have a lot of sewage. So, Sierra Club recommends that the district government advance opportunities to develop the thermal resources of DC sewers in meeting DC's clean energy needs. That concludes my testimony, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. Next, we had Robert Branham, but I don't believe he's here, so we'll encourage him to submit his testimony for the record. But next, I've got Frederick W. Derry Allen.
Can you see me or hear me?
We can hear you. I can't see you, but we can hear you. So whenever you're ready, we'd love for you to start.
Okay, yeah, no, I got my video on, and I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, well, good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Frederick Allen. I live in Ward 3, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I've submitted a full version of my testimony, which I hope you will read because I will omit some details in the summary I give you now. And before I do that, let me just say that I very much support the goal of lead-free water, and I'm glad that you're giving it your attention. I'll focus today on just one topic where, with a push from the council, DC Water can easily play a small but critical role. The council should engage DC Water, DDOT, DOEE, and citizens to create a dedicated funding source for maintenance of green infrastructure for stormwater. This relatively small action could make a big difference for neighborhoods across the city and protect water quality in the Potomac. Mr. Chair, you may recall that I testified to you on this issue at the oversight hearing for DDOT on February 5th. I'm back with some new details. This issue is as relevant to DC Water as it is to DDOT. The council is the body in the best position to bring the parties together. You're familiar with the federal mandate for DC to create green infrastructure, including bioretention curb extensions for stormwater management. This is a good idea, but only when it works. The major problem that remains is arrangements for funding into the indefinite future for the maintenance of these curb extensions, maintaining the plantings through the seasons, keeping the facilities free of trash, and keeping them so that they perform as designed for many years. Our concern is based on actual sad experience around the city. These facilities quickly deteriorate without proper maintenance. If we are not going to maintain them, they're a waste of taxpayers' money and a blight on the city. DDOT and DOEE have plans for maintenance, but funding is at the mercy of the annual budgeting process. Estimates for the amount needed citywide range from $4 to $11 million a year. It's clear that the amount will be enough to form an appealing target for budget cutters working late at night. Our neighbors have made it very clear that to prevent these facilities from becoming eyesores and ensure their continued functionality, they will need to be well maintained or they should not be built at all. Fortunately, there's a solution. On the bills that the customers of DC Water receive, there's a DC government stormwater fee. I understand it helps pay for expensive stormwater infrastructure, such as stormwater tunnels. The green infrastructure is designed to replace at a lower cost. Clearly, the cost of all these stormwater infrastructure projects, no matter what technology is used, can and should be covered by this fee. This fee should be modestly increased and passed through to DDOT to cover the maintenance of these facilities across the city and put maintenance on a firm financial footing. I strongly recommend that the council set in motion a process that I describe in my full testimony and make your request a requirement in the budget legislation. Without such a solution, the entire green infrastructure program is at risk of a strong backlash from residents around the city and may fail as a result. I appreciate your attention today, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Next, I have Chrysanth Kortenotes. If I mispronounce that, please correct me.
It's Chrysanthi Cordiotis, but you can call me Cece Chair as well, if that's easier.
Well, I may not always get it right the first time, but I'm gonna do my best to always pronounce names correctly. So, good morning to you. Let me turn it to you now.
Thank you, sir. I come to this committee today. I'm also a supporter of this the lead-free DC movement, but I come to you today with a specific issue that occurred to me and my neighbor as it relates to permeable pavers that were installed maybe over 2 years ago now, or over 2 years now. And basically, the contractor that DC Water contracted with to perform this task of permeable paver implementation or installation caused a gas leak in the back of my home and the back of my neighbor's home on the same day. And I'm a single mom of a toddler, special needs toddler, so I had no choice but to pay out of pocket almost $5,000 to repair the gas leak. And since that point, I was on adoption leave, etc. There's been a lot of things happening in my life, so I haven't had the chance to put in a complaint or some sort of mechanism to get reimbursed, or nor has my neighbor, which at the time I was the ANC commissioner, so I told her that I would coordinate our efforts for reimbursement. But I come to you because I feel as though once our city contracts with certain vendors, damage to our homes, can happen. And there doesn't seem to be an accountability mechanism built in where, if we incur costs unnecessarily, unexpectedly, that, the process should be pretty simple to get reimbursed, because I know that the reason we both had gas leaks in the back of our homes was because they dug too deep right in front of, in the alley behind our homes. So I come to you because I feel as though we have these great programs in the city, but if they do more harm than good based on the contractors' lack of work or lack of work detail, then, in the long term, it doesn't look very good for, our city and our residents. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, and the last person we had on this panel was Keisha Turner, but I don't believe Ms. Turner is here. Hopefully we can connect with Keisha Turner and get her testimony submitted for the record. So let me thank again everybody on this panel. I do want to turn to a couple of questions. I'm going to start, if I can, Ms. Lambrinidou. I wanted to kind of dig in a little bit on the costs that you talked about. So in your testimony, you talked about one of the first things was the cost estimate revision from the 1.5 billion to the approximately 1.8 billion, which averages out, as you noted, $38,000 per line or so, whereas the average is about 15,000 nationally. From independent review, you noted kind of somewhere in the ballpark of 11 to 12,000 to $15,000 per line. From your perspective, why do you think we're seeing such a significant difference in a district line estimated cost compared to what you're seeing nationally?
I think it's a good question, Chair Allen. It's one that we have as well. And we really are baffled by this. I believe that, DC Water has different justifications. It does say that there's DDOT expenses that are very high, DCRA expenses that are very high. The requirement to replace brass service lines adds to the cost. None of these reasons seem to justify a $43,000 cost per lead service line replacement in Washington, D.C. And the $15,000 amount that I mentioned was actually the maximum that EPA found. EPA put together a range of costs for lead service line replacement across the country. 15,000 was the maximum. So 43,000, it's just a really baffling. And we're very concerned about it. We are here to say we really need counsel at this time to investigate this. We cannot proceed as a city with just moving forward without understanding both where this is coming from and how we're going to cut the costs, because we need to cut the costs.
Yeah. We certainly plan on digging deep into this. And certainly the costs, if we are going to see at risk a lot of federal funding that would also go to help us cover these costs, that means even more money that is shifted back towards ratepayers. So agree with you completely. There has to be a really tough, hard look at the costs. To some degree, it kind of reminds me, and I'll talk about this more later, the conversations we're having right now with our metro system. WMATA is facing significant financial pressures on both operating and capital side of their budget. I think we would all agree we need to have a fantastic transit system that moves people around, not just the city, but our entire region. But I'm also not going to write a blank check. And so with WMATA, we worked hard and pushed the agency to identify savings on their own, while we then said, yes, we're going to fund what we need to fund because it is that important to our city. And in that case, they worked to be able to identify about $500 million worth of efficiencies and savings. And then the district, of course, kicked the tires pretty hard on what's the funding part that we're going to put in. And it feels a little bit similar to that in that we need to work with DC Water to find truly justify the numbers, help us understand where we can find efficiencies, because people's health and safety is non-negotiable either. So we have to find the funding that's going to be necessary, but we also aren't writing a blank check. And so I think those are the conversations we'll certainly have with DC Water. But I agree with you. We got to keep digging a lot harder into that, because there will be a cost to ratepayers. And I need ratepayers and residents to know that we're taking the right step to keep people healthy and safe, but we also need to be good stewards of the economic impact and the cost that they're gonna bear as well.
Sure, Alan, if I could just jump
sure.
in for a second, it's that there, I keep bringing up the history of the city. The other cities that have experienced harm have had their lead service lines replaced at no cost to residents and no water rate increases, because the harm has been taken into account. And the fact that DC has experienced the worst harm recorded in modern US history, and 2 waves of harm that are scientifically documented. And to this day, there has been no acknowledgement of this harm, and certainly no support to anybody who suffered. And we are taking for granted that water rates are going to need to be raised for lead service line replacement, I think should give us pause. And this is not going to look favorably in the history of the city, and certainly when not this history is written. It sounds and it seems quite immoral on its face, and also certainly in comparison to other cities, Flint, Newark, Providence. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Mr. Schwartz, I was going to turn to you for a second. One of the things you talked about was where we can find efficiencies with our permitting, right? If I've got different agencies, DDOT and others, charging huge permit fees or making it difficult and cumbersome, not only does it slow down the work, it can increase the cost. I've been trying to work with those agencies and DC Water to help streamline that process. I think the reports I'm getting back from both DC Water and DDOT is that it has improved over the last year or so to being able to streamline the process, get it done a little bit easier. Where do you think we should be finding more efficiencies, though, in terms of the feedback? Because you brought that up in your testimony.
Yeah, and I know there's ongoing conversations between the agencies, and I have not been privy to how productive or not they've been. I think we need an update from DC Water about that, and it's one of the questions that we have, and lack of communication. But in the interagency task force that was convened by this council, there were conversations that included at the time Commissioner Randy Speck and others to take a look at several places that could prove to be important in terms of reducing costs or shifting the cost from DC Water ratepayers back to DDOT and DOB, DCRA. This is a complex and sort of nuanced conversation, so I'm just going to highlight a couple of things, but I think there's a longer conversation to be had, and the residents in the city need support with expertise, and that's why we're recommending the hiring of technical experts such as Elin Warren Patanzo of Safe Water Engineering, who the council has a relationship with and has worked with in the past. But a couple things. One is that there could be some permitting reduction costs if DCRA, DOB wouldn't require a permit for each household, and twice before the cut and after the cut. And second, if the rules were relaxed in the street restoration so that the whole block wouldn't have to get paved over when you get in there and make small numbers of cuts and from curb to curb, and not to say that we don't want safe streets where I live and where you live and others do on the city, but that cost for road restoration is way out of line with other communities. I know we have our own regulations, but maybe we ought to take a look at how to rationalize those regulations. Also, DDOT and transportation departments in general in states it just get a lot more money logarithmically, got a lot more money from the BIL and the IRA and ARPA than water agencies do. And DDOT is has a schedule for going into the roadbed, ripping it up and replacing it. And since this program, the lead-free DC program, is going to be reaching 70% of the blocks in the city, as best I understand it, I think that a bunch of those blocks were going to be are on that plan for DDOT for redoing. And so we think that's a shifting of responsibility from local dollars to the DC water customers. And so I think we ought to really dive in and look at that issue as well. And then there can be permitting forgiveness. We understand that there's going to be increased permitting loads for DOB and more FTEs needed, and those are legitimate costs. But the question is whether all of those costs need to be absorbed by DC ratepayers and part of that cost estimate. We're talking about, at least in the last numbers that I've seen from DC Water, combined costs of about $500 million, which is a good chunk of the costs here. And in the independent evaluation and verification document that Safe Water Engineering put together, there's some additional ideas about cost-saving measures. One other thing that I would add that's not in this lane is that there is, at least as in the numbers and charts that we've seen from DC Water, there isn't any recognition that as you scale up the program and make it a more systemic block-by-block program, that there's learning over time, right? There's adaptive management. So that people learn what's working and what's failing. They try to get rid of what's failing. They move what's working, scale it up, and there's cost savings there. And that learning curve and those cost savings aren't reflected, as I understand it, in the budgeting that has happened. And so there are things like that that are also pointed to in the Batanzo report that the council commissioned that I think are really important. So we suggest a close reading of that report by you, Chair Allen, and other members of the committee to realize the real and to ask questions and go more deeply into the real cost savings that can go on. And we'd be happy to work with the committee and with DC Water and the other agencies to be in communication and conversation about how to achieve some of those goals.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Paul. I want to make sure I get to a couple other folks on the panel as well. But I will note, in addition to just the cost efficiencies of when we make all those cuts and come back and rip up and repave a road over and over and over again, it's wasteful of the dollars. It also has a absolutely massive impact on the environment when we are constantly churning up and chewing up asphalt and putting it right back down again over and over again. So those costs hit multiple times.
I'm sorry, one thing I would add is that there's also an additional health cost every time we go into the roadbed, human health costs every time we go into the roadbed and create physical disturbance, whether it's lead service lines or stormwater or gas infrastructure or the unplugged DC over and over and over again. Not only is it the Fort Myers Construction Company enrichment campaign, but when you do physical disturbance, you're knocking off scale and lead particles that can have upwards of hazardous waste levels of lead, both from the service lines coming from the main and the street to the home, but also for all of those homes that don't have service lines or whose service lines have been replaced. The interior plumbing in the building or the premise plumbing also gets rattled. And so you have large increases, and you see this in the peer-reviewed science, that happen variably or erratically in homes across those areas where that type of construction is going on. And that's not a communication that DC Water is making to people who don't have lead service lines. And so this is another plug for more robust public education that aligns with the peer-reviewed science and the need for communication around a filter-first strategy. Just like when you're in an airplane and the masks, oxygen masks come down, the instruction is to put yours on first so that you can then help everybody else out. While we're waiting for the lead to come out, everybody in the District of Columbia in all wards needs to understand about the ubiquity of lead exposure and the availability of filters that are certified by the National Sanitation Foundation, number 42 and 53, with a claim to reduce lead. Those filters are relatively inexpensive, and in the bill, in the currently the Pinto bill, one of the two bills in front of the council, there is language that actually subsidizes SNAP and WIC recipients who are the most vulnerable people to the lead and water exposure with the least amount of income to be able to afford those.
I know.
And
I want to get to other people on the panel as well. So I appreciate it.
absolutely. Thank you so much.
Mr. Washburn, thank you very much for your testimony as well. One of the two kind of things I want to check in with you on. One was we talk about our residents east of the river. What type of feedback has the NAACP heard from residents about rising costs for ratepayers, about communications, and that's going to come up a couple of times in this first panel so far as well. But in particular, and I know it's all still evolving right now, but if we are seeing federal funds cut or clawed back, that is going to have a deep impact on our lowest income households, our working households, which are going to be predominantly households of color, and especially in the eastern half of our city. What type of feedback is the NAACP hearing on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have worked with other organizations to hold a series of town halls. We've had two or three in Ward 8, and we are preparing to co-host a town hall in Ward 7. The feedback we have gotten is that people are very much concerned about whether or not their water rates are going to have to rise, I would say precipitously, in order to cover these costs. And we are saying that and what they're saying is they're already getting hammered with increased costs from other areas in terms of what that's paid for. And this concern is one that has led to a slow acceptance of residents in getting involved with the lead service line replacement, because they do not want to be stuck with that bill, and nobody can blame them. But the environmental justice aspect is they were not responsible for the decisions that resulted in lead service lines being installed in the first place, and they should be spared the huge cost of having these lines replaced. So this is the feedback that we've been getting, and that I have been passing forward in prior testimony on this matter.
Yeah, I very much appreciate that. It's consistent. You also brought up what's sometimes a bit of an elephant in the room. I appreciate you bringing it up, though. So as the city may be having conversations in the coming months about a large facility over in Hill East and on the river, you said the NAACP opposes public financing of a stadium when there's funding needed for lead service line replacement?
Yes. And what we're saying, we know that the city's funds are limited. We know that the city is facing heavy financial burdens, and what I'm saying is that we will not support any shift of funds for that purpose that takes money away from getting these service lines replaced, because this is the health of our children at stake, and we do not want to see the health of our most vulnerable residents children, in some cases older residents, because lead affects our health throughout our lives, and we do not want to see this traded away through the city, putting up several millions of dollars or whatever for a facility whose wealthy owner can afford to finance the stadium itself. Okay, we simply cannot afford that. And I mean, if the city has to put money out for infrastructure improvements, fine, but not
That was my next question now.
Yeah.
Infrastructure is water pipes.
Yeah.
So would your concern extend to the city paying to put in all brand new water pipes and infrastructure all throughout that facility on the public dime?
Okay. No, we're not saying that we are opposed to that. Okay. We're saying we recognize that when city has major public facilities done, that very often there's going to have to be infrastructure improvements financed. What we're saying is we don't want to see lead service line replacement funds cannibalized to pay for the stadium itself.
All right. I don't know if I feel like we're putting in good, clean, non-lead pipes in one place, but not in another.
Yeah.
Let's continue that conversation later.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Mhm.
Mr. Villalobos, I appreciate your testimony. I want to ask you, you talked about, and it's kind of obviously come up several times, and this committee's been having this conversation for a while about providing filters to all DC residents. The general pushback that I hear on that is, one is a cost issue, and a second is a feasibility. So I want to give you a chance to kind of respond to that from your perspective. From a feasibility of getting water filters out to the 41,000 households, any thoughts you have about how would you think a functional and feasible system like that would work?
Thank you for your question, Chairperson Allen. So I'm thinking in terms of scale, we're all agreement this is not going to be done overnight. And I think Paul mentioned a very good point that especially those who are most vulnerable should be prioritized. And so my response to that is that filters can be distributed at a scale in which the most vulnerable residents are prioritized first, and over time, this can extend to the rest of the folks who might need it. I think he mentioned the SNAP program and some of the filters in Pinto's bill, but that would be my response to that.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. I know that's typically the pushback we hear are on those two fronts around cost and feasibility. So I just want to make sure I gave you a chance to outline how you'd respond to that. Dr. Martin, appreciate your testimony as always. You also talked about, I think, very consistent testimony of what we've heard so far today, as well as just the slow pace of those replacements and the price tag. And I think you said the budget, it's not going to be in place the budget's not going to be in place to replace all these lines by 2030. I do think I agree with you, and I also think we need to be very clear-eyed about the fact that all the signs that say we're going to be lead-free by 2030, I think we need to make commitments that we can actually meet, and I'm not convinced we can actually meet, both from a funding and a feasibility, getting all of those replaced by 2030. Sounds like you agree with that. Is that right? Am I hearing you correctly?
Well, yeah, potentially. I mean, on the terms that are being presented, I would agree. But, as we've heard, there's some reason to question DC Water's estimates of the cost to replace the lead service lines. And so drilling down into that, which I think is well within your committee's province, recognizing, of course, that you don't really have the power of the purse strings over DC Water directly. But drilling down into what they perceive as their costs, and then looking as some of the other members on this panel have discussed at the costs that they're calculating, such as the costs associated with road paving and inefficient approaches to one-off lead service line replacement when we could be doing block by block replacements. I think that those all could add up to something that's more cost effective and more more easily met, a budget that's more easily met, alongside with the district having to make a commitment to putting these funds into the budget to ensure that DC Water has the funding to replace lead service lines without having to ramp up the cost to ratepayers
Yeah.
too much.
Well, I thought, your comments also around, energy use and other efficiencies. To me, I think you were here earlier when I talked about, I'm very fresh off of having a lot of conversations with WMATA and our regional funding approach. And again, I don't think anyone's going to argue we don't need to invest in transit. We need to. We've got to make sure we have a high functioning, successful metro system. So we're going to put more money into it. But nobody wants to be in a position where we're just asked to write the check. We've got to do our due diligence to push hard, justify all the expenses, and also ask them, just as we did to Metro, how can you help find greater efficiencies? In that case, we pushed pretty hard, and WMATA came back with some pretty significant efficiencies and savings that help us be able to justify the big public expenditure. And so I would expect we need to have the same conversations. So we will continue to kick the tires, as it were, and work hard on examining these costs. But I think your points that you raised in your testimony about energy use and how do you help lower those energy costs, I think we're very spot on. So I look forward to continuing to work there.
Can I just point out one thing of interest? There's a main sewer line that runs underneath the RFK site. And
There is, I do know that.
the energy that's contained in the sewer that flows under the RFK site could easily be drawn upon to heat and cool anything that's built in that area. Which is just to say that DC Water has resources that are not being fully exploited, sustainable resources. They have taken initial steps to do that. They've demonstrated the efficiency of using that, as I pointed out in my testimony. But there are other resources too that they've pulled on, and this is an area where I think that DC Water is somewhat innovative and needs to be encouraged.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It's a great point. It's funny. It feels like RFK Stadium works its way into almost every conversation these days, one way or another.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. To Mr. Allen, I do recall our testimony from the previous hearing, and I do think that stormwater management, and you captured it very well, that they may be modest investments and kind of hit smaller spaces, but they actually have and scale up very significant impact. You might remember in the budget last year, the mayor cut a lot of the funding to that stormwater management and bioretention spaces. I worked with one of my colleagues and we restored about $150,000 to go back into that management because it is very, very important. And I just want to tell you, I agree with you. I hope we'll see more voices kind of point this out, as well as advocate that we don't see cuts in the budget in the first place on this. And I remember even talking to some of our agencies that felt frustrated that they had the money to build the bioretention spaces, but no money to manage them. And that's going to lead to spaces that just don't work well. And on a constituent standpoint, I think I remember you and I talking about this before. What that leads to then is I'll get complaints from residents about a bioretention space that just looks like it's just overgrown and not being managed. And that then takes away the political will to continue making those types of smart investments. And so we've got to take care of it once we actually build it. I'll just give you a chance if anything else you wanted to add to that, but I do think that's an important piece. And I hope that my friends in the executive branch are listening, that we don't want to see that cut again this year, and let's save those investments.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I appreciate that you understand this as well as you do. I would just say, I think this is an area where the council can bring the different parties together to get the kind of coordination that we need. It's something that would appear on DC Water's bills, but which would get passed through to DDOT. DOE has a role here too. And really, as ordinary citizens, we can't get them all together. You can. And so it really shouldn't be a big deal to create something like this, but it just takes somebody getting them all in the room at the same time to actually make it happen, and that's where the council can come in.
Well, I don't disagree with you that we can convene folks, and we do that. I think there's another question, which is what is the funding source? And so if we were to make the choice to say we want to have this funded through DC Water rather than just directly from the agencies and part of our appropriations process, then what that really means is I'm having ratepayers pay that. And to me, that is a necessary function of the government. They need to be paying for that. And so I don't disagree with you convening those agencies to help work together where we find that common ground. But I do think there's a question around who pays for it. And I'd rather this be a direct appropriation, I think, from the agencies and from the government rather than putting it on DC Water, which in effect then comes back to the ratepayer.
Well, ultimately, ratepayers and taxpayers are pretty much the same groups. So what you're talking about here is then more, how can you create a stable and sustainable payment structure so that it's not part of the annual appropriations process, but it's just built in. And when we're paying for stormwater infrastructure already through, by ratepayers, this green infrastructure is designed to do the same work at lower cost. So it all seems pretty logical that it would be a good idea to put this onto ratepayers. Ultimately, though, it's going to come out of your pocket, my pocket, and everybody else's pocket. Pretty much, it doesn't matter who's picking our pockets. We have to pay for it.
Well, it's a fair point. We got to pay for it one way or the other. So I
Yeah.
appreciate it. And I don't know if we're going to solve it this morning, but I will definitely, this is going to continue to be on our radar. And this committee obviously has gone to help make sure we protect funding and restore it when it's cut. So we'll keep working on that. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. And finally, Ms. Corniotis, and I hope I pronounced that correctly this time.
You did, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the testimony. And, on one hand, I guess there's kind of two fronts here. One is big picture. One is at your property. I would love to follow up with you afterwards to make sure that we are connecting you with the right folks at DC Water to deal with what you said you have been experiencing with the permeable pavers installation and the gas leak and potentially we're in DC Water about the work that was done or any type of claim. So if we can follow up after the hearing, I want to make sure on the individual level we do that. I think you also raised just a bigger issue, which is something that I think I have talked with DC Water many times, and that is the impacts on individuals' homes. And especially, you think about Ward 6, you're going to think about row houses, for example, row homes. And yeah, technically, none of us own our front yard.
Yeah, and Ward 4, Ward 5, it's like consistent throughout.
It's kind of the stock of housing that we have in a lot of places, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And we put a lot of time and care into that space. And technically, it may not be our front yard, it's public space. But when I come out and my front yard's all torn up, or the work that I've done and, putting down my landscaping or my plants, and they're not restored, what it does is it really erodes and undermines the public will for the changes we all want to make. And so I've really tried to hammer that home with DC Water is I really need to take the extra mile, take the extra step to really work to help address those homeowners, because if you lose them, then when you need to come ask for funding, you need to come ask for the pieces, you don't have the folks there that do that. So I think that's as you kind of outlined your individual experience, and I want to follow up with you, see how we can be helpful. I think you're touching on a bigger picture that I hear repeated a lot, which is related to the work.
And it's not only, just to hit home on that point, it's not only DC Water, it's DOEE when it comes to, it's the fact
it's
that
all government. Yeah,
exactly. I just, we work closely. I know you attended a meeting for the mini commission on aging a few months ago where, there's been several complaints from our seniors where, they come in to do work on their homes, which is supposed to benefit them. And then, they're left with having to repair things that weren't done correctly. So there's just a trickle down effect that we have to hold these contractors accountable for, because as you said, I still have cracks in my driveway and and so on and so forth. So it's it's an issue because we all want to maintain our homes, and there are times in life where that's easier than than other times. But at the same time, I think everyone needs to be held accountable.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Well, I want to thank everybody on this panel. I know I've got another public panel waiting, so I want to make sure I can get to them as well before we move on to our DC water witnesses. So again, thanks to everybody on this panel for the conversation, for the advocacy, and look forward to talking to you all again very soon. And we're going to move now to our next panel, panel number 2.
Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you. Again, I think we have a mix of some folks who are online and some people that are here in person, but let me start calling out everybody's name. If you are here in person, I call out your name, please come on up to the table. But we got ANC Commissioner Trupti Patel from ANC 2A03, ANC Commissioner Ashley Ruff of 7F02, ANC Commissioner Paula Edwards, Chair of ANC 4A. We have also ANC Commissioner Jen Kaufman from 4D08, but I'm not sure if Commissioner Kaufman's here. ANC Commissioner Jamila White, Commissioner of 8A05. I'm not sure if that commissioner is there. We also have Will Crane, Vice President of the Foggy Bottom Association. And we have Aaron Palmer, Public Witness. Are you Commissioner Kaufman? Excellent. Okay, thank you for being here in person. All right, so I don't think we have Commissioner White is the only commissioner we don't have here. But otherwise, we've got everyone here on this panel. So Commissioner Patel, I will start with you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that we can enter my comments into the permanent record. My name is Trupti Patel. I am a 4th-term ANC commissioner that represents single-member District 2A03, which is the bulk of the historic Foggy Bottom, and I'm the chairperson emeritus of ANC 2A. I have testified for the last few years around the issues that have been plaguing the residents of Snow's Court since 2007. While I wish it didn't take me coming to a lot of hearings under your purview 2 years ago, it did get the traction, and it resulted in the Snow's Court Task Force being formed and having all the right people from the right agencies at the table to start the deliberate targeting to start solving the problems impacting Snow's Court. So thank you. However, I'm here to flag another issue that I'm noticing in ANC 2A, which is the lead pipe replacement project. I see this program not being done in an equitable manner and in some cases being weaponized. The largest block of affordable housing in Ward 2 is in ANC 2A, which is Columbia Plaza. The developers who own it are not doing their due diligence in maintaining it and claim to come up to code would be so cost prohibitive. My own residence promotes to buyers that it is a lead-free building. However, we have water issues all the time. It's no surprise to have the building shut off the water for hours and do it multiple times a month. I'm flagging this as this project is isn't being implemented correctly. It seems that everyone is waiting for a different entity to solve the issue. So the lead pipes to the building are there, but not to every unit. So the DC water in many homes that haven't been serviced are not getting the same types of water. It reeks of the Jim Crow era policy, separate but equal. Every person who is in DC should have access to safe and clean drinking water. But when the inequity of distribution is so blatant with the excuse after excuse on why it's not being carried out, it's a bit much. I want to make it clear that this project should be done with the urgency and done well. The agency can only do as well as it's empowered to do, and having excuses from developers, etc., saying that they can't do this yet or other barriers in it isn't acceptable. I'm hoping that my testimony can shift this narrative, and I'm more than happy to address any questions to the best of my ability. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Ruff and Commissioner Edwards, if you can hear me, we're trying to send you a promotion link to move you from attendee onto the panel. So if you can, look out for a little prompt, and you're going to need to accept it so it'll push you over onto the panel. While we wait to hopefully get Commissioner Ruff and Edwards in, let me turn to Commissioner Kaufman, and then we'll come back to our other 2 commissioners.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson Allen and to the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jen Kaufman, and I serve as an advisory neighborhood commissioner for single member District 4008. I am also chair of ANC 4D, although today I'm testifying solely on behalf of my SMD, not on behalf of the commission. I'm also currently completing my Master of Public Health degree at Boston University, where I concentrate in health equity. In the course of my academic work, I have studied the health impacts of lead and explored equitable policy solutions for remediating lead in water. You all know this, lead is a known neurotoxin for both adults and children. In children and fetuses, in particular, the exposure can be very profound, causing severe and irreversible long-lasting health impacts. But here in the district, the last 5 years of surveillance data on childhood blood lead levels has remained relatively steady, with nearly 1% of children testing with levels above 5 micrograms per deciliter. And note that the CDC actually sets the threshold level at 3.5 micrograms per deciliter. So this is, high blood lead levels that should not be ignored. I want to commend the DC Water and its door-to-door outreach for the lead-free DC campaign and the replacement of more than 3,200 lead service lines in fiscal year 2024 and 25. But there's still so much more work to do with nearly 2,700 lines still remaining. Many eligible residents still have not signed up, meaning that these residents are going to miss their opportunity to replace a major source of lead into their home. In order to increase the number of signups, constituents need more information on the benefits of the program, especially emphasizing that all construction and replacement costs will be covered by DC Water. My own constituents report confusion about whether they will bear the cost of any property repairs that result from that line replacement. And while I have gotten word, directly from representative, that information needs to be communicated more readily, more accessible to the average person, especially in order to entice them to sign up. More effective communication and community engagement is really needed to help educate residents, incentivize landlords, and spread the word about this program. The other thing I want to note is that replacing lead lines solves only a portion of the problem of lead in our water. Every day, children and adults are still drinking and consuming lead through plumbing and fixtures through the home. We know this. And because virtually all buildings and homes in the district are affected, many consumers even buying lead-free fixtures didn't realize that prior to 2024, many of those fixtures, in fact, did have lead. What we really need at this point is a comprehensive, equitable solution to eliminate lead in water, and one that's really aligned with the Safe Drinking Water Act's public right to know principle. Because of the urgency of this issue, I want to echo what some of the previous folks have said in their testimony, that we need a filter first campaign to provide high risk and low-income residents with lead-certified point-of-use filters, and we need a robust public education campaign that transparently communicates to the public the real risk that nearly all district residents have of consuming lead in their water through plumbing and fixtures. This solution would benefit residents regardless of homeowner status. It can bring lead levels to zero, virtually zero, and it can be implemented relatively quickly compared to the timeline for lead service line replacement because it doesn't hinge on those construction considerations. Because of the ubiquitous and danger posed by lead, I urge DC Water and the DC Council to adopt an official presumption of lead in water, similar to the presumption of lead-based paint in homes constructed prior to March 78. Failure to act has a profound impact on children in the district, and failing to act could pose irreversible consequences for children and adults. We know that it can result in learning deficits, loss of future income, loss of future revenue to the district, and present lifelong health challenges. I believe we have a moral obligation to take action to clearly communicate the known risk to district residents and implement a filter-first campaign to immediately address the impacts of lead in our water. Thank you for your time, and I would be pleased to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. We had Commissioner Edwards in for a second, but I think is having some technical issues. So we're going to come back to Commissioner Edwards in a moment. Commissioner Ruff, we still can't get you over onto the panel. So if you can hear me, make sure you're accepting that promotion that we're sending over. Why don't I move next then to Will Crane, and we'll have you give your testimony, and we'll keep working to bring in the other two people that are virtual.
Thank you very much. And it's good to see you again. I saw you about 2 weeks ago in my very first hearing. You've seen I'm a little bit more prepared. I think you have my prepared statements ahead of time this time.
We do, and you did great that time. You're going to do great again.
Thanks. And this time I've even included photos. We're not doing PowerPoints, but I hope that I can refer you to one photo on page 4. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss Foggy Bottom's experience with DC Water today, and also my own. My name is Will Crane, and I am the Vice President of the Foggy Bottom Association and our Chair of our Infrastructure Committee, and a resident of SMD 2A03 since 1999, and Commissioner Patel is my ANC representative. The Foggy Bottom Historic District is a residential area with about 135 homes, primarily from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The district, much like Capitol Hill, is known for its narrow brick row homes, typically 2 to 3 stories high, with simple designs and some ornamentation. Notably, only 108 residential alley dwellings survive in the entire District of Columbia. This was down from a high from 1912 of over 3,300. Many of us are familiar with urban renewal, the raising of Southwest, but there are surviving homes in the city today, over 108, and the significant collections are found in Capitol Hill, Georgetown, and Foggy Bottom. As for today, even with the Snows Court Multi-Agency Task Force commissioned by Councilmember Pinto in August 2023, some of our combined sewer storm drains remain full of wastewater, i.e. raw sewage for those of us that have alley culvert style drainages. So when I've called DC Water in the past, they say the storm drain has been cleaned and it's fine. Well, there's a difference that needs to be communicated that this is an alley center culvert drain, not a storm drain. It's very difficult to tell someone that is the expert on the phone what I'm looking at in person. And when I define full in these culvert basins, I define full as filling the entire pipe diameter. One currently is sitting full of stagnant water, dead rat, immediately next to St. Paul's Church at 2430 K Street Northwest and backs onto Snows Court. I'm also a licensed real estate agent. I would say that 10% of the paperwork that I deal with is lead-based disclosures, disclaimers, and information. It's good work. It's difficult to have people understand lead because there's so much information and yet so much of it says nothing. The Snows Court Task Force has had success with DC Water in identifying trees that were growing out of paper alley segments on Snows Court, one invasive species that was 60 feet tall, even grew out of an old alley storm drain, causing backups into a street property. We did work with DDOT through the Foggy Bottom Association and DC Water, and we had success in remediating that. I would like to give some credit to DC Water Command Center. Their organizational structure for me and the organization has been excellent, and being able to pass information from Command Center to our residents has been effective. It is faceless, but information is key. In closing, and I tend not to like call out individuals, but I would like to call out Ms. Lisa Barton, who works in the CEO's office. I met Ms. Barton through Council Member Evans back in the day. After 8 of 10 homes experienced sewer backups inside their homes from a heritage tree that the root had occluded the sewer pipe. We were doing whack-a-mole on trying to get it fixed. She came in, leadership style. It took years, and we had some sparring, and we argued, but we kept coming to the table. And this last year, we have a new sewer that saved the tree, that did not excavate or trench or ruin the historic brick surface. So it took way too long, but things, the solutions are out there, and I feel like we shouldn't have to reach the CEO office to have those solutions to engage the community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and please accept my open invitation to come by Snows Court anytime. I'm happy to give perspective, and I'm available for any questions.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Crane. Absolutely. Next, let me turn to Aaron Palmer. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, committee members, and staff for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Aaron Palmer, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I have served as an advisory neighborhood commissioner and have engaged regularly with neighbors about neighborhood infrastructure and public health, including lead in water exposure and lead service line replacement. For decades, scientists and medical professionals have warned about the deleterious impacts of lead exposure on human health. The EPA has set the maximum contaminant level goal for lead in drinking water at 0 because lead is a toxic metal that can be harmful even at low exposure levels, in part because it can accumulate in the body over time. The reality is that lead in our water is not just a problem in homes with lead service lines. It affects nearly all buildings, especially older ones, due to lead-bearing plumbing. We must acknowledge the ubiquity of lead in our systems and take comprehensive action to reduce exposure, particularly for vulnerable groups like children and pregnant women. The need for action is urgent, especially considering DC's history of devastating lead exposure. This includes exposure in the early 2000s, resulting in widespread health harm, including thousands of children with elevated blood lead levels, and a rise in fetal deaths. In fact, studies showed that more than 42,000 young children in DC were exposed to high levels of lead. We cannot ignore or minimize this history. Rather, we must use it to inform a comprehensive public health protective approach. And the challenge is widespread. According to DC Water and their performance oversight responses, an estimated 6,988 full lead service lines remain, and an estimated 27,449 potential partial replacements remain, underscoring the significant work that still needs to be done. I am compelled to note that we must also acknowledge the rollback of national requirements for lead service line replacement and funding is possible. DC Water's oversight responses allocate over $100 million in federal funding, but we should be prepared for a potential shortfall if and when these funds become unavailable. This is necessary given our current political landscape. This means DC must take the lead locally and act to protect our residents from the dangers of lead exposure. And thankfully, the DC Council has 2 relevant bills before it, the Lead-Free DC Omnibus Amendment Act and the Green New Deal for a Lead-Free DC Amendment Act. These 2 bills offer a unique opportunity to act boldly and comprehensively to address the dangers of lead exposure in DC's tap water. When merged, they can provide a public health protective, science-based, justice-centered, and equitable approach. The legislation must require full lead service line replacement at no cost to property owners, ensure access to lead-certified water filters, provide robust public education, and include job training programs for district youth with good wages. Regarding DC's public education, DC Water's public messaging about lead in water must be clear, accurate, and consistent. DC Water must fully disclose the risks of lead exposure, the prevalence of lead in our water, and the need for full lead service line replacement. It is essential to highlight that point-of-use filters are an effective, affordable tool to reduce lead exposure in buildings with or without lead service lines. And these filters should be available at low or no cost to those who need them. Communications should stress that lead-certified filters can reduce lead to near 0, regardless of whether a building has a lead service line. We know DC Water knows how to message these things. It has good language in its lead service line notice to residents. It just needs to message these things more consistently and comprehensively. In December 2024, several advisory neighborhood commissioners urged DC Water to include a filter and boil recommendation in its advisories. These commissioners were assured a meeting to discuss the recommendation, but that meeting has not yet happened. Finally, we must ensure that equity is at the center of this process. Historically, communities in DC that are most impacted by lead exposure have also been the most underserved. It is imperative that we prioritize these neighborhoods in our lead reduction efforts, ensuring that no-cost remediation options are available to those who need them most. As the DC Council considers combining and hopefully strengthening the two bills on the table, this is our best chance to address lead in water comprehensively. The goal is not only to replace lead pipes, but to ensure that the solutions are equitable and just. I urge the Council to ensure that this combined bill is fully developed, funded, which we know will be a challenge based on past experience and in light of the federal landscape, and implemented to provide lasting protection. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Ms. Palmer. Next, let me see Commissioner Edwards. I think we've got you on now, so I can turn to you next. I see that you're on the panel.
Yes, thank
Hear
you.
us?
I'm
Okay, there you
sorry.
go.
Yes, I'm having some trouble with this.
No problem. We can hear you. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I'm Paula Edwards, Commissioner for ANC for AL1 for parts of Shepherd Park, Colonial Village, and North Portal Estates. I want to commend DC Water for the work they've done in my SMD. They've endeavored to keep us informed in a timely fashion of their work schedule. They acceded to our concerns when they scheduled water outages on holy days, and I think they have incorporated that into their work plan. The restoration work on the street was very good, and it's difficult to see where the construction work was done. They protected the trees in our area during the construction phase. They've also done outreach on the lead-free pipe replacement program in our ANC, and I look forward to working with them to make sure that all eligible residents in our neighborhood take advantage of the program. I urge us to look at the Filters First program and the draft legislation that is being worked on now. I think that making sure that all residents have access to free or discounted filtering systems will be necessary to maintain healthy citizens. Public education by DC Water and DC government are necessary to achieve these results. But there is a downside. My neighbors are very concerned about rising water bills and disconnections. I have reached out to DC Water on this, and they have not been as forthcoming as they were on the lead-free pipe program. I think DC Water needs to work with our residents to make sure that they understand the causes for high water bills, that they work with them to mitigate those causes, and that they try to prevent disconnections as much as possible. As Mr. Schwartz has pointed out, the lead content after disconnections can be worse than it was before. I've also had complaints from my constituents about backups, sewer backups, and the recalcitrance of DC Water's insurers to address those issues. And I've had complaints about foot dragging. I've had complaints about denial of claims. And there is no appeals course for these claims denials. So I will be testifying again at the budget hearings, and I'll bring out more specifics on this. But thank you very much for receiving my testimony, and I am available to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Edwards. And then Commissioner Ruff, I think we've got you on.
Yes, you do. How are you today, councilman?
I'm doing well. Great to see you.
Great to see you as always, and good morning to everyone. I really didn't come with a written testimony because I think that some of my colleagues already hit it on the nail about the lead being in the water and about underserved areas such as Ward 7 and 8, that we have that constant issue. But my issue with DC Water today is the engagement in Ward 7 and 8, and specifically in the 7F corridor for us. Even when we ask them to come out to different events and things like that, it's always an excuse for why they can't show up. It's just always something going on. But when you look down at our sewage lines, we have nothing but trash in them. So not only are our kids getting lead in their water, but they're also drinking the trash. And so that's basically all that I have to say, Councilman, because that's what I want to talk about today. Lead and trash, and them also being available in the community to actually come out and engage with the community so that they can show them how to test for their water. So show them, oh, why we don't want to put trash in the gutters or down, in the sewage drainage areas, but also just to engage with the community so that way we know what it is that we need to be doing better to take care of our water on east of the river, but also we want that support from DC Water. Y'all taking our money, we want to make sure that our tax dollars are hard at work. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, I think I got everybody on this panel. So let me turn to a couple of questions. I'll just start right where you left off, Commissioner Ruff. I will say, I think we have DC Water folks that are in the room. They hear your testimony. I'm going to ask them to reach out to you directly after this hearing to make sure if there are requests for coming out to community meetings, walks, engagement, that they hear that. And I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding. So they're going to follow up with you directly and make sure that we connect on that. And kind of taking a step back, because you touched on this, Commissioner Edwards touched on this a little bit. I think Commissioner Kaufman touched on this as well, but the engagement and communication. DC Water created, and I certainly want it to be successful, a stakeholder alliance group. And I think the idea behind it, and we'll ask some questions of DC Water in a little bit, about how that's getting started and how it's intended to work. But it seems like it's a mix of community members, business members, but the idea to have a community advisory panel that is bringing issues up to DC Water to work on and address. I don't necessarily think I see a lot of commissioners that are on that panel, and maybe that's something we could work on. And I don't know if we have the right mix of folks. And so, as always, if we feel like that communication or engagement is lacking, I think that the intent behind that group is to get issues and bring it up to DC Water to take action on. So to the three commissioners I just mentioned who kind of all talked about this, are you aware, had you heard about this stakeholder alliance? If not, let's fix that. But is that something that you either are aware of or could be a potential way to help improve that engagement communication?
This is Commissioner Kaufman. I believe it may have been in the recesses of my mind, but largely, I would say it's a black box. Like I'm not quite sure how to engage with it, et cetera, et cetera. So I would say that it is not a ready resource that I think myself or other commissioners are aware of in our ANSI.
Okay. Commissioner Edwards?
Yes, I am aware of it, but I was not certain of how to engage with it, and I will be glad to use any resource that's available.
Okay. And Commissioner Ruff, had you been aware of it?
Councilman Allen, I actually think I had applied to sign up for their board and I never heard anything back. You guys sent an email out probably like last year about that group. And I signed up, and again, I never heard anything back about it, but I am very familiar with the program.
Okay. All right. So to our friends from DC Water, sounds like we've got 3 ANC commissioners. It'd be great folks to follow up with to make sure that we both know, sharing information about what the alliance is, how to get engaged in it, and might even have folks that want to sign up and serve on it. So I think the intent behind it is to create a forum where issues, problems, challenges are brought up, and then kind of create a space where DC Water is able to respond to those. But let's work on that, because I think, consistent with what we talked about in the first panel, community engagement is an integral part of this work. And when it's not done the right way, it actually hurts your overall efforts that you're trying to make on all the other good things. So let's see here, as I took a couple of notes as we were going through here. Commissioner Kaufman, again, I think the communication piece, and you raised this about more information, and certainly as a MPH myself, glad to hear that continuing to have great people that are headed into that
and
field.
a journalism degree. So that
All right, you got a lot going on there. So happy to take a look at those recommendations you had, and you also talked about working with landlords to have the replacements done. I think that's crucial as well, especially when we think about our residents that are renting, who don't have as much autonomy and control over what's inside their space, what utility, what fixtures they're using, and so that's a really important part of it. Commissioner Patel, you talked about lead service line replacement in Columbia Plaza not happening equitably. Can you just add a little more about what you mean with that?
Certainly. So about 2.5 years ago, the developer who owns Columbia Plaza came before the DC Council was asking for an upflum exception. And when they came to our ANC2A meeting, you know, when I and then Commissioner Omicton asked questions about this, you know, and they were saying, well, we will upgrade everything if you give us the upflum exception. And we were like, well, why didn't you just go ahead and do it now? Because you're required to by DC law, like this project is happening. And they kept using the lead pipe program as a way to delay fixing something, or like, well, we'll only do it if we're like doing an entire upgrade to the building. And, you know, I just recently found out that my own building where I rent from is certified as lead free. I think the pipes going to the building are lead free. But do I think every pipe in my building is lead free? No, because I can tell you I've lived in my unit now for 21 years. There's been no pipe work per se in my unit. And then on top of that, like my building is constantly having water issues. And so I'm just bringing this up as an equity issue. Like I live here in Ward 2, but I know if they're not doing their due diligence in implementing this program equitably and fairly, that it's also disenfranchising a lot more residents all across the city. Because I am sitting here, like, I'm speaking from the vantage point of a renter, and it's like, I feel like a lot of the inequity in the city, like, especially with people who are classified as renters, is like, they're always put on the back burner. They're always put last. And like, you know, like I said, ANC2A has a large bulk of renters to it. And the fact that, you know, we have developers coming to meetings, or, you know, property management companies sitting here saying, well, we want to implement this program, but we can't afford it. Or, you know, like we want the city to give us more money. And I just find it all very, very strange, because like I pay money to live in this building. I expect the water that residents drink to be safe, you know? So like what's the point in like doing parts of it and not all of it, if that makes sense?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Crane, I appreciate your testimony and certainly agree with you. Getting to a solution shouldn't require having to go all the way up to the very, very top for every single issue. So I don't know if that particular issue you talked about was just so complicated way to get the higher level folks to really get in and figure out a solution. I'm glad we got to a solution in that part of it. I did want to ask you a question. In your testimony, you had included some photos. One of them was of a filter, and I wasn't quite sure I understood the context of the filter picture. So here's what I'm trying to understand. Is that a filter from within a residence or within a building? And then you mentioned something about 66% life expectancy. Tell me what you mean by that. In other words, is that the filter essentially had done its job before it was time to change it out? And at that point, it's rendered less effective once it's full. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Absolutely, and I'm
Okay.
happy to give you the context of it. I had a mold issue in my home at 13, so I'm living in my rental, and I've always had water filtration, whole house water filtration. And when the pressure dropped, I opened the filter. They're all dated, and when I pulled that out, I was astounded, because what I still think of as DC Water's marketing campaign is drink tap. So there's a part of me that feels guilty for using filters, because I'm like, well, they're saying it's safe and they send me these water quality tests for somewhere. But then when I pulled this filter out, it says 3 months or X number of gallons. This was 2 months and nowhere near that 10,000 gallon or X amount of gallons that had passed through it. I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
It's in a I
hear you.
I almost brought it to the council, but
I know people can't see the picture. I will say I would not want to drink a glass of water after it's run through that filter. So I take that, and certainly we might be able to even talk with some of our DC Water folks that are here to help make sure people can put eyes on that to see what that is.
And that is in my ask, on my ask page, which I didn't even get to, but I think it leaves in with everything that everyone has been saying
Yeah.
here. Engagement is not good.
Okay, got it. All right, I appreciate it. I know I want to make sure we can get to DC Water in a little bit, so I want to thank everybody for your testimony. I think our friends from DC Water heard a couple of folks they need to be following up with, following this on this panel, so thank you very much. I see people already took notes, so thank you. And again, my thanks to everybody on this panel for testifying and for your advocacy. I forgot, sorry, to Ms. Palmer, you mentioned about the legislation, and you probably already know this, but yes, the intent is that we have the two bills that have been reintroduced. We've been working on pulling all those things together, so we'll have one bill that will move forward. And I think you very accurately put your finger on it, that it'll be one thing to get the bill right and get it passed, and then it's going to be a whole other thing to actually get it funded, because there will be a very expensive price tag that comes with it. But I appreciate you being clear-eyed about that, but it's important we get the legislation passed so we can then get to the hard work of getting everything funded. So thank you. All right, thank you again for this panel. All right, that was all that we had for folks that had signed up to testify. I understand we had a group that came today hoping to testify. And so I'm going to do a quick panel 3 before we move to DC Water. So I think everybody on this group is joining us virtually. So let me go ahead and call that panel here: Doctarian Batts, public witness; Donovan Williams, public witness; Tavone Ruth, public witness; Danielle Johnson, public witness; Jill West with Anchor Construction; and Lewis Young with East Bay Construction. And I think everybody's joining virtually, which means they should be on the panel. So let me turn Doctarian Batts, if you're there. Why don't I turn to you first?
Hello, good morning, all.
Good morning.
I'm currently on the work site, but I stepped away so that I could speak to you all. As a testimony on my behalf, what I've been designated to just give my insights of my experience so far with the lead-free. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever you'd like to talk about. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, as my experience with the lead-free DC program, I've been given the opportunity to kind of work face-to-face with homeowners, get a good insight of what they have for their water service lines, let them know what we have on file. I've got to communicate with them on different bases on how the duration of the project will go. And it's been a good thrill to kind of walk them through what's to expect, because it's a lot of questions due to us giving them paperwork and different procedures that need to take place in order to set up for the construction crews. I started out as a canvasser where I got the opportunity to knock door to door, give them the insights, give them the procedures. And now, as you can see, I'm on the construction side. So I get to do the actual replacements, actually tell them what we see in real time. And then it makes the homeowners feel more comfortable seeing that we understand what needs to be done, different things that take place. And if anything happens, we're right there with the homeowners to communicate firsthand. So I like to be able to help the community, and this has given me the opportunity to be a first responder in a way, to give them a better service, copper line, lead-free. It's better for the homes. It's better for things that they need to get done. And I just appreciate the opportunity that DC would have given me to become a canvasser and now a construction inspector.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Mr. Batts. I appreciate that. And if you're able to hang around just for a second longer, I'll come back with a couple of questions too. Okay. Thank you. Let me turn to Donovan Williams. I'm not sure if Mr. Williams is here.
I believe the link late. I believe I have to send it to him. If someone else is on, I could tell him to join right fast.
Okay, we'll try to send that link back to him again.
Okay.
While we do that, Tavone Ruth, I think, is here. So if I can turn to you next. Mr. Ruth, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Greetings to the council member. I am Tavon Ruth, born and raised Washingtonian. I'm here to discuss what I learned and gained during my experience being a part of the apprenticeship program here at DC Water. My apprenticeship lasted for 2 years. During that time, I worked as a member of the facilities building and grounds department. I'm thankful to say that I'm now a permanent employee here at DC Water. I learned so much about Mother Nature and working as a groomer of Mother Nature. I call myself that. I name myself a groomer of Mother Nature. Basically cutting grass, planting trees, and also planting flowers. That's been a therapeutic thing to me. As for someone that likes to spend time outside, so this position here at DC Water gives me, a better look and the beauty within Washington DC, and I'm just grateful for the opportunity uh, to have that time to enjoy the beauty within Washington DC. I'm also I'm a part of the Splash Fund. The Splash Fund is you donate to certain sorry. The Splash Fund is when you donate to the DC residents. It's more like helping their water bill or any bill that they have currently. So I got a notification that I helped someone that was grateful for that, and I'm just blessed for the opportunity, and fortunate I'm blessed for the opportunity to do that and be a service to my city.
Well, thank you, and grateful for your work and appreciate that. And if you can hang around for a second too, I might have a question or two. And then
Yes.
I believe Danielle Johnson and Jill West weren't here, but I do believe Lewis Young is here. So Lewis Young, let me turn to you if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Councilman. My name is Lewis Young. I'm the owner and vice president of East Bay Construction and Services One. We are a underground utilities contractor celebrating our 10th year in business this year. We started out just doing, in the beginning, concrete and asphalt restoration in Maryland, and we kind of transitioned into the underground utilities market in Maryland, DC, and Virginia. My partner Steve Coates is currently out of the country. We've taken on kind of like our dream. When we started the company, we started with some people that believed in us, and we were just looking for not only employees to believe in us, but also, the different businesses that we were working with, whether in Maryland was WSSC or Baltimore City and Baltimore County. But I can really say that what we found in DC was some people that not only wanted to have us come and do work, but they wanted to see us succeed. We've had the chance to operate and work on some of the lead-free DC projects. Boots on the ground. I'm not just an owner that, operates from a distance, but actually boots on the ground. We had a chance to talk to the residents of DC, kind of listen to some of their concerns about the work, what was going on, the time frame, what exactly was happening. I know some of the marketing outreach that DC provided, some of the residents didn't know if it was for real or whether or not it was something that they would have to pay for. We kind of educated people right on site in front of some of their homes on what DC was committed to doing for the city as far as the lead-free DC work. When we talked to some of the residents, one of the main things that they were concerned about was the lead. And I believe that the education that we were allowed to give them on site, in layman's terms, and not just through an email or a text message or something on a website. It really helped a lot of the residents. I know the residents in Northwest DC that we had an opportunity to talk to. So with DC Water, down through the years, they've given us the ability to not only come and work in DC, but also be friends with the residents, kind of know what DC wants, know what the residents wants, know what has to happen in different parts of the city, working with different agencies in the city and doing what's best for the city. And that's what we want to do. We've never had to come back to a job for something that was messed up, something that was not done to the specifications of DC Water or the specifications of the residents. We know that we can follow specs and to the T what's in the book, but the ultimate goal is to make sure that the project is done to the specification of the residents. Once they see us leave the site, that's what they're looking at. They're looking at, the sidewalks. They're looking at the curb and gutter. They're looking at the asphalt and the concrete in the streets, and they're looking to see whether we came and made it better or we left it in a worse condition. And we haven't done that because of our working relationship with DC Water. Like I said, we're a minority business celebrating 10 years in business right now. We've had the opportunity to work with other primes in DC that was recommended by DC Water to kind of help us get our feel with working in the district. And we really enjoy what we do, and we enjoy helping the city. We do the same thing in Maryland. We do the same thing in Virginia, right? But for two young African American men coming from the same streets that we're working on, it's been tremendous, and it's been a tremendous help with the people in DC Water. I don't want to name too many names, but I know Jamal Jones has really been an asset to us, helping us. Some of the prime contractors like Fort Myers, Anchor Construction, Spinello, you name it. Some of these guys, came in and kind of been mentors to us in business. So we look forward to not just, celebrating this 10th year in business, but also celebrating many more. And with the help of DC Water, all of the programs, the different trainings that they've offered us, it's been rewarding, and it's been to the increase of our business, to work with the city. So we look forward to doing much more with the lead-free DC. If DC needs any help in educating the people on what's actually happening, and what we're doing to make it a better place, especially for the drinking water. We've been in this business for a minute. I'm a father of two. I have two young daughters, one 14 and one 2-year-old. Don't ask me how that happened, but I want to make sure that everybody receives, what they're paying for, and that's good drinking water, clean and healthy, and that's what East Bay is a part of. We come to make things better, and we look forward to doing more business in DC. And special thanks to DC Water for helping us out. They've been tremendous. And with that, I'll turn the call back over to you, sir.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Young, I appreciate that. Let me actually thank you, Mr. Young, Mr. Ruth, and Mr. Batts for your testimony. Each of you are sharing very positive, great stories about the work you're doing. And it also says a lot about when we really put our minds to it and the work we're doing to help build workforce, build entrepreneurs, help support businesses, and make sure that dream you talked about, Mr. Young, you're able to help live it. That's really heartwarming to see. It's what we all want to see in our city. So kudos to all three of you for your leadership and the work that you're doing. There was something that each of you touched on that it was interesting as we kind of had the other two panels, and that was each of you in different capacities, though we're talking about working with residents, answering questions, encountering people who either were skeptical of what was being put in front of them, didn't believe exactly what was being offered, but worked to help figure all that out. What have you learned? What are some of the common things you've learned along the way where you encounter residents that either the frustrations they feel, the cynicism, or they don't believe what's in front of them, to work through that? Because one of the things I think we heard from our first two panels of public witnesses were a frustration around communication, around engagement. And I have already seen that DC Water's emailed out to several of the folks that just said they were having a hard time with engagement. So I appreciate the quick action on that to our friends at DC Water. But if there's a theme, what are some of the things you've encountered most frequently? And do you have any recommendations and suggestions about how both DC Water and just the district in general can work to improve that type of communication and working with residents?
Well, sir,
maybe Mr. Young, I'll start with you, but Mr. Ruth and Mr. Batts, I'd love to hear from you too.
If I may answer that, dealing with the residents, having empathy with people having construction going on in their front yard is the first thing you have to lead with. And what I found dealing with some of the residents, it was all the same theme. They felt like they didn't get enough information about what was happening. They didn't really understand what was going on. And a lot of them felt like some of the marketing materials that were sent out were propaganda from a third party and wasn't actually from the city. There was some QR codes to scan, you know what I mean? And a lot of people, if they're a homeowner and they've been a homeowner for a number of years in DC, not everybody has the time to stop and scan this QR code that's sitting in the tree box area on a sign. I know for myself, I would like to hear from someone. And I think that was just it. Once things were explained to some of the residents, exactly what was happening. Like I said, in layman's terms, in construction, we have our own terms and our own way of doing business and specifications that we follow, but that's not the same language that the average homeowner uses. They want to know how, when, who, and what. And more importantly, is this going to cost me something? And I think that answering answering the question of what it's going to cost, how long it's going to take, what exactly is happening, is this going to make this better for me? Allowing them to get the questions off their chest without them feeling rushed, and getting a straight answer really helped all of the residents. I wouldn't say anyone that I talked to left away from the conversation feeling like this was a bad situation. They felt better about what was happening because they can understand and ask the questions real time in layman's terms of what's happening. Now, as far as the water bills and things like that, I couldn't answer those questions because I don't deal with that part. But being from a homeowner, I can answer the one question that I know what it costs on the private sector to get this work done. So the fact that the homeowner doesn't have to pay that cost is a huge success for the homeowner. So that's what I can add to that question, sir. I turn it
That's
back.
helpful. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Ruth or Mr. Batts, would love your thoughts too.
Apologies, I'm still here. I had to unmute myself.
Yeah, no, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Okay. Well, for me, interacting with the homeowners on the canvassing side, the biggest pushback that I had when I was really trying to explain what we were offering is the previous work that happened, and they're just basing that off of how they felt afterwards. It was a lot of previous work that the city provided that homeowners received. They weren't satisfactory of the end results. So us kind of coming through and doing similar projects of lead service replacement, they didn't want to see empty holes and places not put back in restoration. So for my task, when I came through as a canvasser, I had to explain that we're doing a different style of excavations and kind of demonstrating in the yard what we would do the digs. They needed to actually feel and see what was going to happen, because a lot of the homeowners that signed up, they're kind of in the more seasoned community. They've been here for a while, so they've seen different projects take place. So they're based on a lot of their experiences off of past situations. So my job was to clarify that situation. But now on the construction side, we're doing public work first on the public side. So they see it regardless of it being in their house or walking past, and they simply just ask, what's going on? We post up boards to let them know what project that's going on, let them know the exact detail of the work that's being serviced. And if they ask, I clarify the detail. We're checking for water service lines, if it's lead galvanized, or on my case, brass. We replace it with Type K copper. And they're like, why are you doing this? Well, I explained the detrimental factors of lead and what can happen, and that eases them over. So my back was really just getting into the sentimentality of what they feel. They don't want to be wrong. They don't want things to happen. They got to pay extra money. And like was previously said, it's free of charge. I got to kind of explain, elaborate why it's free. We allocated resources. So a lot of this is coming from information. They need to know that if they sign up for it, it's really going to get done. And if it's a contract, well, we uphold our end of the bargain.
Yeah, it's building trust. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Mr. Ruth, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, so far as for my department, I'm also part of the outreach team. The outreach team basically is, say if like certain ward in the city, if they have basically a main pipe break, we go out and handle them like cases of water, and that's how I interact with the residents in DC. I normally give them like if they have questions that I'm not sure of, I would give them a contact information. Or normally now DC is like always on DC Water is on top of it. So now they always send out like an email, or they have like we'll host like big events like H3 Fest, and like once you see the DC Water tent out there, we also have we work close with DC Lead, so we have employees from that department out there, and they would ask questions, and they also would look up the area to see if they change like so it's been this thing that DC Water been promoting, this changing the pipes. So that's another thing how DC Water and I reach out to the residents. And it been a special ongoing thing, because I like to talk, I like to meet new people. So that's me. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me reiterate again how much I appreciate the three of you It sounds like a couple of you are out on the work site right now. So I appreciate you taking the time out to kind of share this. And I think you're kind of giving a great example of when we do it right and when we build that workforce and create those jobs as opportunities. You're really great examples of that. So I want to thank and congratulate you for all that hard work, and thank you for taking the time out today. And you kind of touch on the theme of, you know, it takes a lot more than a flyer in the mail or a yard sign in a tree box. It's that really building the trust, especially if somebody had negative experiences in the past. That door-to-door canvassing type of conversation really goes a long way in rebuilding that trust. And it sounds like you guys are doing a lot of that work. So we really appreciate it, and thank you all very much. All right, with that, yeah, you got it. Thank you all very much. All right, so with that, we are going to move now to our DC Water government witnesses. So the Chief Executive Officer and General Manager of DC Water, David Gaddis, we've got you here. Mr. Gaddis, if there's anybody else from your team that you'd like to come up, of course, please feel free. As we always do in our committee, we'll do a quick swearing in, and then I'll turn it over to you for your testimony, and then we'll move to questions after that. So I'll wait till your team is ready, and if you will please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury the testimony you give to the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you all very much. Mr. Gaddis, good to see you. Absolutely. You're on brand with a pitcher of delicious tap water right there. Yeah, I'm doing my part too. But let me turn it over to you for your testimony, and then we'll do some questions after that.
I'm sorry. First of all, let me start out by saying good morning and thank you very much for having myself and my team here and other members of the committee that may be listening or that comes in of the Transportation and Environment Committee. I am David Gaddis, and it is my privilege to be serving in my 7th year as the Chief Executive Officer and General Manager of DC Water. Today, I will provide several key updates on the authority's initiatives and programs and also the progress through the lens of our strategic plan, Blueprint 2.0. However, before I get to that, I would like to provide a high-level overview of the state of the utility, particularly with respect to the fiscal challenges and the potential impact to the authority and our customers. Simply put, DC Water and utilities nationwide are at a crossroads because of the uncertainty over long-term funding from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, also known as BIL. We use this funding in a large part of our lead-free DC program. In 2021, the EPA awarded DC Water with $156.4 million in WIFI alone and for 20 capital projects. We have successfully drawn down on a total of $95.6 million of these funds and are continuing to monitor the status of these funds. The loss of or reduction in federal funding from the BIL would have a tremendous impact on the lead-free DC program and our ability to offer subsidized replacements. This is because DC Water is unable to use ratepayer funding for the private side or the private services. As the federal funding situation evolves, we are also closely watching the WIFI loan funding and EPA grants, which support small diameter water main replacements, and a FEMA grant award for the completion of the flood wall at Blue Plains. As you can imagine, any loss of previously approved funding presents a unique set of fiscal challenges. At the same time, the need for external support for water infrastructure has never been greater than it is today. The district's aging infrastructure remains in urgent need of upgrades. Customers feel the impact of what aging infrastructure when a water main breaks and there is a disruption in their service. In some cases, when there is a large outage or loss of pressure in the system, we issue a precautionary boil water advisory. We are fortunate that over the last 10 years, the authority has experienced just 10 boil water advisories in all. And in some years, we did not issue any at all. 2024 was an anomaly for us at DC Water in that we had four boil waters during 2024. And in each case, we issued an advisory as a precautionary to protect public health. In another incident, algae blooms on the Potomac River made it impossible for the Washington Aqueduct to intake a sufficient supply of water. That is why we are so vigilant about water quality to protect everyone we serve. The financial squeeze that impacts DC Water is also straining our customers. DC Water customer arrearages now total $36 million, an unusually large amount for us at DC Water. The city of Chicago, facing the same factors, has resumed water disconnections and is now confronting new budget challenges. Should these conditions persist for DC Water, there is a strong possibility that the authority will also need to resume disconnections in the spring of this year. Many of you are familiar with the authority's current strategic plan, Blueprint 2.0, and how it helps shape DC Water and its positive impact within the district. For those watching on television who may not be familiar with Blueprint 2.0, the plan is built around the 5 organizational imperatives most critical to our success in the years ahead. They are healthy, safe, and well, reliable, resilient, sustainable, and equitable. As I did in last year's oversight hearing, I will organize my report around these 5 imperatives and the results that DC Water is delivering for district ratepayers and the broader community. I will begin our report with updates relating to the Healthy, Safe, and Well imperative and lead-free DC program. The authority had a very productive year with our private side lead service line replacements last year. The team has now replaced more than 7,787 of the 42,000 lead service lines estimated to be in service across the district. Thanks to new partnerships with DDOT, DC Health, and the District of Columbia Housing Authority, I anticipate making even greater progress this year. Our agreement with DDOT will be a win on multiple fronts. The agreement improves the speed of surface restorations, eliminates lead from private side lines, and it is far less intrusive for the communities undergoing replacements. Our teams have found that our progress is quickest when we can go back to a block-to-block type of replacement, and the residents are told of the replacement program and how to participate as well. Although we have emphasized marketing campaigns, public presentations, social media posts, yard signs, letters, calls, and text, our greatest success with outreach has come from our community activators. This approach of spreading the word door to door through neighborhoods and also with neighbors familiar with the program has helped the authority build trust and encourage 4 out of 5 eligible property owners to agree to participate in the program. In September 2024, the Interstate Commission on the Potomac River Basin, also known as ICPRB, issued a report exposing the alarming economic impacts to the region from a significant water disruption in the district. The district is currently the only major city nationwide that does not have a second source of drinking water. The authority continues to play a key role in regional discussions on a second source, coordinated by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, also known as COG. DC Water provides technical expertise to the COG effort and has identified several options for closer evaluation. These include increasing storage capacity through the tanks of the enlarged reservoirs, aquifer storage, and recovery wells, water recycling, and desalination. My next update relates to DC Water's reliable imperative. The past year at DC Water was full of important programs and progress and milestones relating to the Clean Rivers project. Progress continues on the Potomac River Tunnel project, which was launched last year. The Clean Rivers project will deliver benefits for the district in the years and decades to come. These include reducing combined sewer overflows, also known as CSOs, to the Anacostia by 98% in an average rain year, reducing CSOs to the Potomac River by 93%, and reducing CSOs to Rock Creek by 90%, and reducing system-wide CSOs by 96% overall. Reducing the chances of flooding from 15-year storm in low-lying neighborhoods from 50% to 7% each year. Reducing nitrogen discharge to the Chesapeake Bay by roughly 1 million pounds per year. The Clean Rivers program is one of the foundational pieces of the district's response to climate variations, and we are very proud of our progress and results to date. The next two updates relate to resilience at the authority. Because of the age of our water infrastructure and climate variability and authority, the authority is expecting a rise in asset failures in the years ahead. In our most recent boil water advisory in early December 2024 was caused by a break of a 30-inch main. The asset was identified as dating to the Kennedy administration and installed in 1961, over 60 years ago. In some instances, water main breaks can trigger a boil water advisory. No water utility wants to have a boil water advisory, but all do. They are most often precautionary to protect public health. The key is to provide a swift response to restore service as quickly as possible. I am proud of our robust communication strategy that helps us reach stakeholders, and authority staff are always looking for new tools and methods for informing customers. DC Council members and their offices have been reliable partners in helping spread the word, whether doing a boil water advisory or to promote our customer assistance programs. Another major factor in the authority's resilience from crisis relates to our ability to adapt to shocks and stressors that challenge us financially. One way we can ease the affordability burden for our customers is through leveraging our authority's credit rating and financial standing. In one such transaction in 2024, DC Water saved more than $75 million in interest debt over the next 20 years. Our finance team is always looking for market opportunities to refinance debt and to share those savings with customers. Our strong credit ratings of Aa1, AAA, and A and AA plus by Moody's, Standard and Poor's, and Fitch ratings, respectfully, in 2025, ensure we can continue to borrow at lower rates. However, the convergence of our new expenditures relating to climate variability and aging infrastructure led the authority to raise rates in 2024. The next two updates relate to the sustainability imperative and how DC Water is working to improve sustainability. DC Water's commitment to sustainability does not end at the district's borders. In October 2024, DC Water deployed 4 employees and 2 vehicles to assist with water and wastewater recovery efforts in Asheville, North Carolina, following the devastating impact of Hurricane Helen. As the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers began removing storm debris from their reservoir, our team developed a simple yet comprehensive operational spreadsheet to track daily use of resources and assignments that could prove useful for ongoing use. Though our mission was to assist Asheville in recovery, the experience also brought back useful information and knowledge of best practices that will benefit our response to emergencies here in the district. Whether in Asheville or right here in the district, our frontline heroes inspire me. Whether working far from home or overnight on emergency repairs, our heroes leave their families to serve the greater good and also inspires all of us to give our best every day. My final updates speak to the equitable imperative and economic impact the authority delivers for the district residents every day. As I mentioned earlier, our customers are feeling financial strain. In 2024, DC Water provided $5.2 million in assistance to 4,985 customers through our DC Water Cares suite of customer assistance programs. Additionally, DC Water employees continue to support the SPLASH program. Last year's SPLASH donations totaled $112,000 and assisted 339 customers. Certified and small business opportunities, I'd like to talk about last. In addition to our programs to assist low and moderate income families with our customer assistance programs, DC Water also has placed great emphasis generating opportunities for certified small businesses in the district. This year, we added a collaborative delivery model, which engages contractors in the details of the project early in the process. In some cases, this information leads to successful bids for our certified small businesses. In other cases, we get suggestions from contractors that allow us to advance projects at a lower cost and also more efficiently. That concludes my testimony, Chair Allen, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you or the committee may have for me going forward. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Gaddis, and appreciate your team that is here as well. I want to open today's hearing questions kind of on the same topic that I touched on with the Department of Transportation's hearing last week. And that's trying to explore and tease out a little bit more about how DC Water has already been affected by some of the actions taken by the new administration and what other issues kind of loom on the horizon for us.
Great question,
Yeah.
Chair, and appreciate that.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to get there.
I'm sorry.
It's a great question, but I didn't end with a question mark.
Okay. All right.
So
I knew what you were going to ask me, though.
You're anticipating well.
Yes, exactly.
So we've got a federal funding freeze pause, depending on how you want to frame this, that President Trump's put on kind of in this just onslaught of executive orders. And I think in your testimony, you cited about 95.6 million of obligated funds from an approximately 156 million, which I assume, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that is part of the formula funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law.
No, that was WIFIA.
Okay, then please correct me on which one that is.
I'll allow Mr. Brown to correct you on that.
Good morning, Mr. Allen. Matt Brown, I'm the CFO for DC Water. What Mr. Gass was referring to is a $156 million loan for 20 projects. We've been able to make draws on that loan, and we continue to make draws on that loan. So that has not yet been affected at this time.
And if it is a loan, we don't expect that to be part of an appropriations freeze. Granted, you probably can't guarantee everything.
We don't.
But that's a less likely scenario.
That is a less likely scenario.
Okay,
that's correct.
Okay, so DC Water's received about 48.7 million in EPA funding across numerous programs, IIJA and bill. And I believe, if I understand correctly, we don't have any FY24 funds that essentially have not either rolled over. They've either been obligated and expended, or they've been able to roll over within the budget. Have we had any FY24 funds frozen or removed?
Thank you. So, Mr. Allen, we've got about $184 million in bipartisan infrastructure law funds that have been awarded. We've got about $135 million that have not been spent yet. So we're continuing to spend those on projects. Earlier, a number of weeks ago, there was a pause in the distribution of those funds. Those funds are now flowing to us. The reimbursements, we submit them when we, after we make expenditures. So those funds now, the existing awards, we're still able to receive reimbursement for.
Got it. Okay. So we're not experiencing currently, there was a short blip, we'll call it that, but we're not experiencing any problems with those funds.
That's correct.
Okay. As we look towards FY25 that we're in, have we seen a decrease in any funds that are available yet?
I'll allow Mr. Brown to answer that, but as of this date, we have not. There was a short stint where there was maybe a couple of days there that we had turned in some of our billing and we didn't get paid, but they did get back on track. But Mr. Brown, if you'd like to elaborate.
Mr. Gaddis is exactly correct. There was that, I'll use the words that you all have used, the blip, where we weren't able to access those funds. The new awards won't be available till March or April. And so at this point, I cannot tell you if those funds are available or they're not because of timing.
Right. Okay. So then let's kind of move into that uncertainty space.
Sure.
Those funds, the application process, you're saying would be in March and April?
That's correct.
Okay. And but for some of the federal freezes we have seen, we would reasonably have assumed that in March or April, we'd be applying for funds and the district would be drawing down, DC Water would be drawing down funds. Is there any reason to believe at this moment we will not find the funds there to draw down?
Mr. Allen, I won't be able to tell you until March or April.
Okay. Would I be correct though, in that there's just a great deal of uncertainty at the moment? Is that an understatement?
I think there is a great deal of uncertainty, and we continue to be concerned, but we continue to also be in communication with EPA and others, and we have not heard as of yet, and as Mr. Brown said, until March or April, where we'll know more. But right now, we continue to be paid, and at this point in time, there is uncertainty though.
Okay. Will we have some degree of knowledge about whether the funds are or are not available by the end of March with that application period? And what I'm trying to get at is obviously as the district, then that's around the time the district's budget starts to come forward, which then gives us a much more clear picture of where we see our gaps moving next fiscal year. Are we going to find ourselves the end of March, like when you hit that application period, will we kind of know by that point either the funds are there or they're not?
Mr. Allen, I guess let me first provide some context. I mean, we have a almost $10 billion CIP. The federal funds make up about 4% of that CIP. So it is probably less money than most people anticipate that we receive, but it couldn't be absorbed in the current rate structure. So it's $50 million a year. As far as so we're looking in the future for the bill, for example, it's about $115 million. Half of that would be available in March or April. And I would be speculating if I made some comment about when in March, when in April. As Mr. Gaddis said, we continue to reach out to our EPA colleagues to ask for information, and we just won't know until the awards are available or not in March or April.
Okay. Am I correct that DC Water also, when do you pass your annual budget? That's in the spring, right?
Yeah. So Mr. Allen, we introduced our budget in January. So this year is not a rate making year. The rate making process is rather lengthy. And so we go through a process of delivering our budget to the board in January. Our board spends about 2 months, not unlike the District of Columbia's budget, reviews that budget, and then makes a recommendation to approve this month. And then we anticipate approval will be at the beginning of March, the first Thursday in March. Okay. So our budget will be adopted in March.
All right. And does that uncertainty around the application period and the funds available impact the board's ability to approve your own budget, or that is two separate lines just moving in parallel?
Sure. We anticipate that the board will adopt the budget based on the assumptions that are included, including the receipt of the federal funds. I think what Mr. Gaddis pointed out earlier is going to be, or could be the impact, is that many of the federal funds are allocated to the lead-free DC program, specifically to pay for the private side. And so I think that is going to be the area where we're going to have some discussion going forward. If the funds are available, we'll continue, obviously, as expected. If those funds are not available, then that is when we're going to have to work through that issue.
Got it. Agreed. All right, let me also look at some other funds. I believe in FY24, you'd received $8 million in a congressional appropriation for Clean Rivers Combined Sewage Overflow Project. If I'm correct, we're awaiting receipt on another $3.6 million, or that's already received.
That sounds right. We've received a partial payment, and I don't have the exact amount, but that's been something that we've experienced for a number of years as CRs are passed. We get a portion of that amount, and then we get another portion. So we send a letter that goes to OMB, and then we get reimbursed. I believe we've received one portion of the 8 million, and I don't know the specific dollar amount, but we've received one.
Got it. It's almost like we shouldn't pass a national budget just a couple of weeks at a time, and perhaps should balance a budget and pass it. Okay. That's what we do here at the district. Got it. So do we see any of those funds that have been affected as well from the CSO line? Or is it reasonable? I think you said there were approximately 3.6 million that are yet to be.
Approximately. I mean, it's some portion of the total of 8. Several years ago, we were receiving $13 million a year. That was reduced to 8. One of our financial planning practices is we do not build those funds into the budget. We don't build a budget anticipating those funds because those are appropriated annually, and the amounts have changed in the past. I mean, overall, that appropriation has been about $300 million since the beginning of the project. But as we move through the project, it's a significantly smaller amount than it's been in the past.
Okay. So if you don't build it into the budget, I'm hearing we won't know if I followed and tracked you correctly around the continuing resolution. So we won't know until, I think their CR is likely coming sometime in mid-March. So we won't know for certainty until then, but you haven't built it into your baseline budget as an assumption of what's going to come in anyway.
That's correct.
So obviously we need the 3.6 million.
Absolutely. I mean, every penny of that helps with customers with the Clean Rivers Impervious Area charge, and that is how it's applied.
Okay. So if they don't move that forward, it would impact DC Water, though, from the standpoint of we don't have that with 3.6 offsetting that charge.
That's correct. And we'll need to follow up. I'm hearing some. We'll follow up on the specific status. It's a total of 8, and I believe we received the 3.6. I think it's the remaining, but we can provide clarification.
All right, we can follow up on that. All right, and let me jump in. We'll spend a little time on lead service line. That obviously, as you heard, a lot of the public testimony as well. That's what I think a lot of folks are really focused on as well right now. We've talked before in these hearings about the importance of the mandate of making sure that we can do this. We've talked a lot about, obviously, why lead in our water is bad. So there's no debate or discussion there. There is obviously some tough math ahead of how we're actually going to accomplish what it is that we want to accomplish, how we get it done, the uncertainty and turbulence of federal funding that creates a harder and harder environment. The federal mandate that we saw that was placed in that water utilities have to remove lead service lines by 2034. 37. Then have you gotten indications from the new federal administration that they are going to remove that mandate, or have they already?
We have not gotten anything from them that says they will remove that mandate at this time.
That they will not renew it? Or
that they will not remove it. That they
remove it. Okay, got it. Okay. So we are operating under an assumption that mandate stays in place.
That is correct.
Okay. So we had previously, and we've talked about this in our hearings before, so we had wanted to make a commitment that we could get this done by 2030 and be lead-free in DC by 2030. I think that as we've talked about in our previous hearings, we got to be clear-eyed about, are we going to actually accomplish that by 2030? And I don't believe that we're going to be able to get that done by 2030. It's a huge undertaking, huge amounts of money, huge amounts of work to get that done. Can you just round out a little bit more of how you kind of consider and rate the progress of achieving the goal thus far?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. We have broken it down into two phases. So we have 2030 and 2037 as the two dates. We believe that by 2030, we will have completed what we call phase one, the initial count of the 28,000 that we had. We feel that we're funded and that we have everything that we need in place to accomplish that by 2030. 2037, it's a different question. We still have a lot of work to do to finish the other 14,000 that would be remaining. We're up to 7,800 right now of that 42,000, but those are the two dates that we're looking at and the amount of service lines that we plan on getting replaced.
Okay. All right. I want to spend a little bit of time understanding the costs. So you heard on our first panel, the estimate of $1.8 billion. I believe the last estimate was 1.5, so we've gone up to 1.8 for replacing the roughly 42,000 lead service lines. If I'm doing it as just straight math, that's going to bring me down to about $36,000 per replacement. But when people are looking at comparisons, coming back and saying the average is $15,000 per replacement, could be closer to $11,000 or $12,000. Why do you see that big discrepancy? Is the math not being done the right way to capture the cost per replacement? But if I'm just looking at those numbers, the math doesn't math very well.
Understood.
So tell me what you think is explaining the difference here.
Well, first of all, every community is different. Is the very first thing I would say for everyone to look at. And it doesn't mean that people aren't calculating it correctly or whether they may not be taking everything into consideration. And I'm gonna ask Ms. Williams to help me out with the math. And I think it will make a little bit more sense than where we're at today. But also from a construction standpoint, the District of Columbia, the system's built a little bit different than it is in a number of other communities. In that a number of the communities, the water main is not in the middle of the street, which in the District of Columbia, that causes us to have to repair the pavement from curb to curb and all those sort of things takes a lot longer versus the pipe being in the right of way, which is the way that it is in a number of communities. But also in our project, there are a number of other things that go into the cost of that 1.8 that we're talking about today. And I would ask Ms. Williams to give you a breakdown of that $1.8 million.
Good afternoon, Council Member. I'm Kirsten Williams. I'm the Chief Communications and Stakeholder Engagement Officer, but I'm also the Executive Sponsor for our Lead-Free DC program. Mr. Gaddis really noted perfectly well about the comparison that's happened. We've come to you before to really talk about the big three, and that was the MOU with DDOT, the financing that has already been discussed, and certainly the Band-Aid. So when we talk about our Lead-Free DC costs and we're doing that comparison per jurisdiction, it's really clear that we break down. We are not able to have some of the efficiencies of costs that other jurisdictions would experience. For example, our restoration is approximately $8,200. So if we look at a typical line, we break that about $20,000 per line. That's about $7,400 within the public space. And then on the private side, it's about $4,400. But I think it's really important for you to take away today a couple of factors. I listened to the earlier remarks, and there was a lot of discussion about the council's independent analysis. It's a great point to be made because their estimates are very close to our estimates. And what we're finding year over year is that when we have our bid projections, those estimates are actually coming to be accurate. And one of the most important things that we want to clarify today is the percent of spend per category, because I think that's a good takeaway for you to hear. So bear with me as I just read those percentages. So construction is 56%. The program management is 4%. The program controls, reporting, and data management is 4%. Permitting and design is 5%. Program outreach is 6%. The construction management and inspection is 16%. Marketing is 1%. And then there's the other bucket, which is procurement. Our survey design for this small diameter water main, et cetera, is about 8%. So as Mr. Gaddis really noted very well, we speak a lot about our lead service line replacements. The EPA utilizes us as really a strong key factor for other programs to model. Taking that per line cost doesn't factor in the really critical element of trust that you talked about and heard today. That community outreach that we do is not factored into that. The education that we do is not factored into those costs. So it's hard to make one little comparison and say, well, the EPA's costs are this without looking at the program in totality.
Okay. So I appreciate that. I want a couple of numbers that you said. I want to make sure I heard it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So did I hear you say the private side restoration is averages out about 4,400?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you help me define when we say restoration? Do we mean
Absolutely.
after the work has been done, it's still 4,400 for all that, or we're talking the private side scope of work is the full 4,400?
The private side scope of work is the full service. So that is disconnecting the old service line.
Mhm.
It's installing the new copper service line. It's installing the new connection to the home plumbing, and it's restoring the drywall inside the home. Because sometimes people don't understand this is not a typical project where we're just in the street. We are also going into people's homes to do some repairs as well.
Got it. I just want to make sure, because some people are going to hear restoration. And they're going to
Yes.
say, all right, so you're putting the plants back in the dirt. That's 4,400. That sounds too much. Restoration is the full scope of the work on the private side.
Yes, sir.
And then the public side, and correct me if I got this right or not, I heard $20,000. Was that the full public and private? Was it
Yes, sir.
approximately
So
20?
if you take the full, our average cost is about $20,000 per service line replacement.
Okay.
And then breaking those buckets down. So to your point about restoration that people may have as a term of art, most analogous in this example, that's when we're talking about the maintenance of the traffic control, the completing the street paving, the asphalt pavement, restoring the driveway, sidewalk, and grass areas. And that's where we do have some additional costs that are not compared to other jurisdictions. What the district's requirements are, street paving, curb to curb, what that restoration looks like, is an increased cost that other jurisdictions don't have.
Okay. So it's not correct then, you're going to argue to me, it's not correct to take 1.8 billion total cost divided by 42,000, because that's going to leave me with a much larger number than averaging $20,000.
Correct. I would say if we want to have that transparency, and what I walked away from listening to the earlier remarks is that our transparency is actually working. We put all of that data and information available to the public, and they are able to go through the information to understand how we're spending our money, what monies go towards our actual year over year. I think where we want to clarify is certainly when we started off this program, we were looking at 28,000 lines. We had an estimate for what that cost would be. As these big projects are coming through, we have actual data. So when you see our numbers changing, that's not estimates. We are going and making those decisions based upon the actual information of the bid proposals that are coming in, the people who are doing the work, sir.
Okay. So the next question someone would ask, though, would say, all right, whether that breaks down to $35,000 average or something in that, but you're saying it's about $20,000 average. Where does help me make sense of where the additional funds go? If my average is around $20,000, which is much closer in line with what we see with EPA and other projects. But if I take 20,000 and multiply it times 42,000, I'm not going to get 1.8 billion. There's a delta there.
All right.
So help the public understand, where does that delta, what is that going towards?
Yeah, and I think the delta is really good to continue the conversation and what we kind of colloquially call the big three. When we talk about the efficiencies that we will have through a mandate that allows us to get on and off of blocks, that efficiency that's there allows this program to have some economies of scale. When we talk about the DDOT MOU, we had great strides, and I want to compliment Director Kirschbaum on what she did in working with us to get that across the finish line. But it wasn't complete. And I say that because there were certainly fees and permitting fees that are baked into that MOU that we were not able to achieve. So there would have been some cost efficiencies there that we could not get across. And we recognize that the district is in a different financial status than it was years ago. So we understand that. But those are costs that are there. The financial aspects that we talk about too is certainly a conundrum that we have. We have looked at the science behind some of our decision making, and we really believe from both a science perspective and a health perspective that brass is an area that we have increased costs. We want to be able to spend our monies on this lead service line replacement where we know that there is harm done to communities and customers, and that's with lead. So we will be continuing our conversations with you, with the lead advocates and others about why we feel if we want to find some reductions, that removing brass is certainly an element where we can find those cost efficiencies. Continuing to have that partnership with DDOT look in totality of what we want, those public inconvenience fees, the permitting fees. We know we've established a rapport with the district on our other projects like Clean Rivers. We have a history of knowing public health and safety is critical for us too. So we want to look at cost efficiencies and savings. We're happy to provide those to you. We've talked about them. We continue to advocate with our lead advocates to say, here are areas where we can reduce cost to this program.
And let's spend a second there too, because I kind of was thinking about it this morning a little bit as we talked about these numbers. Being the chair of transportation and the environment, spent a lot of time with our good friends at WMATA. And for anybody who rides Metro knows, we have the best Metro system, but we're also facing some significant financial pressures on both the operating and the capital side. And as a region, we've been working on trying to figure out how do we help close that gap. And at the end of the day, of course, we're going to put money into our Metro. We have to. It is absolutely important. Just like I need to make sure I've got confidence in the water coming out of that tap, I got to make sure we've got a great transit system that's connecting jobs, kids to school, grandmas to the grocery store, everything that we need to have. But we also told WMATA, we're not writing a blank check. Like, we need to be able to see how are you identifying efficiencies? And we put a lot of pressure on them, both to improve transparency in their budgeting with our CFO, and a lot of hard work, but CFO reports much more confidence now in being able to go through those numbers and books. And we also put pressure on WMATA to the point they identified $500 million worth of efficiencies and savings could help document all of it. That helped give other people confidence to say, yeah, I'm going to come to the table with money because this is what we've got to get done, but I'm seeing those efficiencies gained. So I think that I come at this a little bit in the same way of you've outlined some of those efficiencies. And I know we've talked about this before and worked together to help DDOT and get that MOU done. And I'd love to keep moving more on that. How do you think you can either better explain the efficiencies you have found, and how does that translate into dollars and cents? Because at the end of the day, this is a very expensive project. It's one we got to get done, but it's a very expensive project. So how do we help identify the efficiencies and show the people that are going to be putting funding into this that you have also squeezed that as much as you can to find those efficiencies and be able to reduce the overall cost that's needed?
So I think to start out with, we agree with you 100% that we must find efficiencies, and we are doing that on a day-to-day basis at DC Water, not just on the lead-free DC project, but it's throughout the entire authority. Last year we came in $20 million under budget. But it was because we found efficiencies, we found savings, which is a positive thing for us to do. When we put forth rate cases in the future years, we have never, if we say that we're expecting an 8%, 5 years from now, when that 5th year gets here, we come in at 7, we come in at 6. It's less than what we actually projected, and that is because we are finding efficiencies, especially the 3 people up here at the table with me today, but throughout the rest of the authority. And I would ask Mr. Brown to talk about some of those efficiencies.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Gaddis. I mean, just in the last, we heard the comment that was made earlier, and I mean, the ones that are very, very recent, as part of our budget process, we went through and we evaluated every single vacant position. And as a result, we're eliminating 45 vacancies. It's a savings of almost $6 million. We talked about, Mr. Gaddis in his testimony talked about the way that we're repositioning our capital program for larger contracts. We're going to bring efficiencies. Those haven't been fully quantified yet. We're at the beginning of that journey, but the promise is real that we're going to be able to deliver the capital program faster and more cheaply for our customers. We also talked about our debt refinancing. We're constantly looking at opportunities with our AAA rating to bring down the cost of debt. That is a very large portion of our budget. Almost 30% of our revenue goes to pay for debt service. And that's because of the infrastructure we've invested in, including the Clean Rivers program. A recent debt refinancing was $75 million. Another area where we really challenged the authority during the budget process was to take a line-by-line look at every contract that we are issuing. We held our contract budget flat between 2 years. I mean, so it's a $100 million budget. If it had increased 3% or 4%, it'd be $3 or $4 million. We took that out of the budget. So it's something that we work on every day. It's embedded in our budget process and something that we're really proud about, because otherwise rates would be higher than they are now. We wouldn't be able to do as much infrastructure investment as we do now.
Yeah.
And to add on to that, I would ask Mr. Thompson to comment as well on our new construction that we're putting forth. In the past, we've been a design build organization. With that, we've had a number of organizations that have not wanted to bid on our projects. They were looking for something different than design build. And so Mr. Thompson and his group, from an engineering standpoint, are now delivering with a collaborative delivery type option. Mr. Thompson, will you talk about that a little bit, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Gaddis. Good afternoon, Jeff Thompson, Chief Operating Officer. Yes, we have transitioned from a design bid build delivery methodology to a collaborative delivery methodology. We have interviewed dozens of contractors, not just from the DMV, but from the larger region. And without exception, they all were in favor of this type of delivery method to achieve greater economies of scale, greater efficiency for delivering our massive capital program. So that transition has been in the works now for the last several months. We've made a tremendous amount of progress. Our Chief Procurement Officer, Corey Gray, has done a fabulous job of also assisting in that transition. And so we're actively moving in that direction, and we've had a lot of success. So we're very excited about the efficiencies that transition will bring to our capital program.
Yeah. It's good to hear, and I appreciate it. And Mr. Brown, also thank you for walking through some of those pieces. Again, just because we're so fresh off some of these WMATA conversations, I think it would be beneficial if you're able to help, and maybe you've done this and just hasn't broken through yet, but I think be able to help capture a lot of that in a way that you help identify, because while we're going to look to fund a lot of these things, being able to really show in clear, crisp ways where you've identified efficiencies, where you found savings. I think ratepayers appreciate it. The council appreciates it. So I'd love to kind of keep working with you so we see that, maybe find a way to kind of capture that, because it made a difference, I think, in our WMATA conversations, and I want to have an equal impact with DC Water.
Great idea. We'll do that.
All right. With that as a backdrop, also going to ask some other questions on personnel. So one of the things I'm trying to make sure we understand, and we ask this of all of our agencies, is we always look at overtime. And we want to understand, where do we see overtime costs? What's driving our overtime costs? Where can we help reduce those? From what I can tell, DC Water's overtime costs haven't fluctuated wildly, but they've been pretty consistent at $9.8 million in FY23, $9.2 million in FY22. It looks like there was an increase in FY24, though, up to $11.6 million overtime pay. And it looks like the FY25 overtime pay is roughly on trajectory, even though we're only just one quarter in, of where we are FY24. Can you help us understand where is it and why is it that we see overtime within DC Water? Is it concentrated in certain divisions? Are there certain events or incidents that would drive an increase in overtime? Can you spend a little time talking about why we see it, and why did we see a relatively stable overtime pay in FY22, 23, then an increase in 24?
Yes, and we've got the perfect team here to talk about that as well. Part of that overtime cost a lot of time comes with the boil waters. to get prepared. And as you know, we had 4 in 24. And so when we'd had none in some of the years, but then also a lot of the overtime costs come with the aging infrastructure, the main breaks. It is inevitable that a main break is going to occur when the frost line drops in the middle of the night. Temperature drops, frost line drops. We start to get to, water's not moving in the pipe, freezes, and it breaks. And those come in the middle of the night when we're having to bring in crews, get them out of bed and bring them in. And it takes us 8 to 10 hours to repair. So that's that overtime piece. And a lot of it comes in the wintertime. So the main breaks, and then along with the boil waters that we've had, especially in 24 with 4 of them, that's when it really hits us hard. But I will allow the team to talk about overtime more.
So one of the things I think that comes into play is the fact that some of our infrastructure, or most of our infrastructure, is some of the oldest in the country. We're right there with Philadelphia, with Boston in terms of age of infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, some dating back to 1810, water infrastructure, some dating back to 1853. It's an extremely old system, and there is a finite useful life, span of useful life for each of our assets. So this is simply part and parcel for dealing with very old infrastructure over the winter, and it has been exceptionally cold. We've averaged about 3.5 to 4 breaks per day, mostly small breaks, thankfully, but each of which requires overtime in order to address those. As Mr. Gaddis pointed out, metal contracts when it gets colder. And so of what is sometimes a small crack becomes a much larger crack. In cold temperatures, water then passes through that, expands the crack, and you have breaks. So one of the things that we've been trying to do to address that is we have been working very closely with Mr. Brown and Mr. Gaddis in terms of looking at the amount of infrastructure that we are replacing on an annual basis. We've targeted in the past a 1.5% replacement rate for water and sewer linear infrastructure. That might not be sufficient moving forward, just given the age of the system, the aggregate age of our infrastructure, over 80 years old on average, some much older, a little bit younger than that. And so there's just a tremendous amount of infrastructure work, and that ties directly to overtime. So if that's helpful.
So, and much like many other agencies in the district government, there's going to be a certain amount of overtime that, while it's related to unplanned events, you can largely plan for. A chunk of overtime that's going to be necessary to react to you don't know where that break's going to happen, you don't know what time it's going to happen, but you know a break's going to happen. So you have a certain amount there. Are there any parts of our overtime that are related to some of those vacancies, those vacant positions, that if we had those positions filled, we would otherwise not have to rely on overtime?
To some extent, but I wouldn't say that that's the primary amount of the overtime. Most of it is related to unanticipated breaks. And I say unanticipated, you're correct. Many of them can be reasonably anticipated, but it's usually in off hours. The coldest temperatures occur at night. Most of our staff is here during the day.
Yeah.
And I would add on to that, Chair, that, the other thing to think about is the vacancies. When we talk about, we have 5 unions, okay? When there's a union vacancy, they're pushing us pretty hard to replace them. So, we don't have a lot of vacancies in the union side of the house, because we have to replace those according to the union contract. And we do abide by the union contract. And the people fixing those breaks and those sort of things and accumulating the overtime are the union employees.
Okay. Speaking of labor, so we did have some of our labor leaders had brought issues to the committee around concerns they had with DC Water's payroll systems. and union or maybe non-union employees being paid correctly. Is that a concern that labor leaders have brought to you in management, a concern? And can you expand on what challenges exist and how are they being addressed?
Well, I'll start out and then allow Mr. Brown to jump in here. First of all, we put in a new system. Anytime you put in a new system, you're going to have glitches. You just are. And we put in a new system to become more efficient and better, and just a whole number of things across the authority. We were actually applauded, and we received awards for the implementation of that new ERP system. And with that new system, they have said that, we did a pretty good job from an implementation standpoint and adhering to the rules and making sure that things that need to be done were done correctly. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Brown to talk about that implementation and some of the glitches that we do see today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gaddis. I think you covered much of it. We did put in a new payroll system several years ago. We have a system that's now in the cloud. It's a top-rated system. I think anytime you're dealing with payroll for 1,200 employees, various overtime rules, various scheduling rules, there can be issues. And I would tell you that I used to be a District of Columbia employee. Last year, I got a payroll correction check from the District of Columbia from more than 8 years ago. So these things do happen. They happen just in any kind of complex organization where there are issues. We strive for 100% accuracy on our payroll system. We've now gone to, in the event that there are hours that are missed, time cards that weren't approved properly, we do our corrections now on the off week. So we're running a payroll essentially every other week. And what I can say is we strive for 100% accuracy, and if there are issues, we work to correct them.
Okay. And do we have a table where your labor leaders and your management leaders come together regularly so that when something happens,
yes, sir,
it's brought to you, you work to remedy it?
Yes, sir, we do. I mean, it is we are, I'm meeting with the union constantly. We do have set meetings once a month where we sit down and we talk about issues that come forward. They're also allowed to come to our board and voice some of those concerns. Some of those things we may not be able to come to an agreement on, and that happens. And they have an opportunity to talk to our labor and HR committee chair from the board of directors and speak with them about those things. And we do try and hash all those things out. But the one thing I will say, the whole thing about the pay piece and all that, we have a thing at DC Water we call people, place, and pay. And what you're talking about right now is the people piece. We care about the people. The people are our greatest asset. And we not only do we have to, get people to come work at DC Water, but we have to retain them. And if we're not paying them well and paying them right, we will not be able to retain those employees. So when there is a hiccup in the system, I will tell you, Mr. Brown and his team, they are working very, very hard to make sure that individuals are paid on time and paid properly. And if we do make a mistake, and we are going to make some mistakes, as Mr. Brown said, but we're meeting with that employee and we're trying to get them paid as soon as possible in a correct way.
Okay, I appreciate that. I am under no illusion that mistakes get made. It's how you fix them and how you address them that matter a lot.
Agreed.
So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let me turn to a couple other personnel questions. When we look at in the pre-hearing responses, the agency said that it awarded approximately $1.3 million in FY24 in employee bonuses and special awards, but in FY25, in just the first quarter, has awarded $2.5 million. So what jumps out to me is in one quarter of FY25, DC Water's issued more than twice the amount of bonuses it paid out in the prior fiscal year. Help me understand that. Is that related to employment contracts that were coming up, or those was something else going on that would see that number jump in a different way?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Brown will take this one.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Allen. The employee bonuses that we provide at DC Water, I think many would characterize as relatively modest. I think it's on average, it's about 1.8% of salary, 2% of salary on an annual basis. We did settle the union contracts in the current fiscal year, and I think that's the reason why you see the elevated amount.
Okay. So that would equate it to a retro pay.
Correct.
That would have occurred for the union employees.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. And that's why we asked the question.
Yeah.
All right. And I deal with agencies that have very large budgets. So when you see a number, I totally can understand. As a DC resident, I'm going to see it feels like a big number. When you put it in the context of 1,200 employees and other pieces, you start to understand what it actually looks like. So that's helpful to understand. One other personnel expense, and we'll move on to some other topics that jumped out to me, was that it looks like we had in FY24 $1.2 million on travel. Some of the employees with the highest travel expenses listed in the attachment provided the committee. Not quite clear if it's all leadership team travel, professional development travel. It looks like a few employees, because you provided a breakdown, had $40,000 or $50,000 worth of travel. Can you help explain what the travel costs were for? Obviously, how's it benefit travel? I'm a big supporter of professional development, making sure folks are able to continue to grow professionally. I think to your point about retention, it's one of the ways you help make sure that people feel valued in a workplace and continue to grow. But that felt like that was just a notable number, 1.2 million for travel. Can you talk about that?
Without actually seeing the travel and who it is, I'd be more than happy to sit down and do that with you. It's hard for me to comment on that, but what I will say is, as you said, it is about development as well. But also, I think the other thing to remember is we are, as an authority, as a utility, DC Water is known throughout the world. And we are invited to a number of different places to speak, to bring our knowledge and innovation and things that we're doing in the industry to the table. And we feel that that is part of what we need to do as well. And so I would have to sit down and look at the individual, where they travel to and what they were doing as well. We do make sure that in our expenses, in our expense piece, employees come back, they tell us, where they went, not only where they went, but also before they go, what they're doing and what they're talking about and those sort of things, and also bring back to us some of the knowledge that they gained from these travels as well.
Okay. Yeah, we'd love to follow up after the hearing so we can make sure you get a good understand that. Oh, no, we're joined by Ward 3 Councilor Matt Fruman. Councilor Fruman, I got 2 more questions on this line, and then I'll turn to you for a round of questions if you'd like. All right, excellent. On some of the hiring positions, one of the questions that also jumped out to me in the agency's pre-hearing responses, you cited that out of 106 new hires, 24 were DC residents. And then out of the 131 contract workers hired, 48 were DC residents. It looks like DC Water's hired a higher percentage of DC residents for contracted positions than did for continuing positions. Can you help clarify both the challenges of how do we get DC residents into both these buckets and positions, but why do we see a higher percentage in our contract workers versus our continuing positions?
Well, I think that, first we try and hire DC residents right off the bat. That's the very first thing that we attempt to do. And so regardless of if it's blue collar, white collar, whatever it may be, we're trying to hire those individuals. We also are in some steep competition with other utilities surrounding us, which would include Fairfax, Arlington, WSSC, Prince Williams County, Prince George's County. I mean, the list goes on and on of the number of utilities around us, and there are a lot around us. In the United States, there's more than 55,000 water and wastewater utilities, 55,000. And we train a lot of individuals, and they go off and go to work at other utilities. Sometimes it's tough to get them to come here as well, and they take advantage of a higher salary somewhere else. But we do our best to move forward on that. Local hiring, especially on some of the and Ms. Williams has brought this to my attention. You want to go ahead and talk about that?
Absolutely. I was trying to discreetly slide him a note, and it worked so well. But as you noted, we do really work well with the District Department of Employment Services. That is our new board chair, but prior to that, we had a great partnership with the Department of Employment Services to really make an emphasis on local hiring. So we do have billion-dollar projects, as you talked about. Lead-free DC is one of those. We're very proud of the local hiring that we do with our work, and that's been a really big initiative of Mr. Gaddis to increase our supplier diversity efforts, to make sure we're hiring locally, that we're giving opportunities to residents. It's that Mayor Bowser, pathway to middle class. This is a great outlet and opportunity for individuals to do work with us. So you see those discrepancies in the numbers because we want to make sure every ratepayer dollar is being utilized in a way that those individuals that they know, their neighbors, friends, community members, are getting hired by DC Water, be it permanently with a job or through our contracts.
And I think we also heard from our last panel, we also heard from some DC residents who talked about their employment, their pathway through that. So I'm definitely hopeful that with your new board chair, who obviously has a very strong DC employment background, that we strengthen those pipelines as well. And something we're going to kind of keep a close eye on, be supportive of you in that, but also make it a priority that we're trying to get our DC residents hired. I think just hearing those voices in that last panel talking about the pride of being a DC resident, a DC business, and what that means to them to serve their community that way. I want more than just a couple on a panel.
No, you're right. And that is one of the things we do with our contractors that we work with. We do push them very, very hard on even on their side to hire DC residents as well. So there's a big push on that. Even in our procurement piece of it, we're asking them and sometimes demanding that they hire DC residents.
Yeah. Okay. And then I wanted to, Mr. Gaddis, I think Mr. Brown may have started to answer this one earlier, but I wanted to ask about our vacancy rate. It looks like we have 132 vacancies with 72 not actively being recruited, if I'm seeing that correctly. But Mr. Brown also talked about identifying vacant positions that are essentially going to be eliminated within this budget. So if you could just talk about, are those 72 that are not actively being recruited, is that part of the group that was just referenced about finding efficiencies and eliminating those positions? Yes. Or how many FTEs do we expect to have remaining vacant?
I'll let Mr. Brown get into the numbers itself, but we over the years, we have had a number of positions that we just couldn't hire. We just couldn't hire for. We couldn't find either the right person or the right skill set or whatever it may have been. And we've now taken a look at those positions that have been sitting out there, some of them 4 years, 3 years, and we've questioned those and we've taken them off of the rolls from us being able to recruit for them. And those are part of that 41. But Mr. Brown, I'll allow him to follow up on that.
Sure, I'll try with some of the numbers. So after we eliminated the 45, we have a head count of about 1,280. And if you consider that 1,280, there were 1,149 that were filled. So it's a vacancy rate of about 7.5%. We're striving for a lower vacancy rate and working towards that. It actually has come down over the years. And the other thing that I'll mention is that recruiting and retaining staff is a challenge across the nation. We surpass our peers with regard to a lower vacancy rate when we compare. There's a group, AWWA, the Water Association, publishes some information, and we're in a better position than the median utility in the country. So something for us to be proud of.
Yeah, excellent. And just so I make sure I got my notes correctly, you said as part of the budgeting process and the efficiencies, it was 45 positions. Did I have that number correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
It's 45, and then we added 3, so I think it's a net of 42. But yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can ballpark that. But that number, if I'm trying to look and do my math here, I would take that number off of the 132 total vacancies that exist as of right now? Or does that 132 vacancy including, or does not include those 40?
There's 1,149 filled. We can get you the math after, if that's all right.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we can do that. Absolutely. All right, let me turn to Councilor Matt Fruman for a round of questions. Councilor, we'll do 10-minute rounds. Welcome. If you like any additional time for opening statement, please feel free.
Thank you very much. I think I'll forego the opening statement other than to say good to see you all.
Thank you.
There's a couple of things that have come up in my area that will be familiar to you, and I want to touch base on them. One of them was the night work that was happening on Connecticut Avenue over an extended period. I think it was during the summer. And when I started to hear from constituents about it, I would check with you and the DC Water team, and the DC Water team implied that DDOT suggested that the work be done at night. And when I talked to DDOT suggested DC Water requested to work do the work at night. It was very disruptive. I went out pretty much every night. The crews were great and they were doing the best they could, but it's loud and quite near folks' windows. And we had people who were justifiably frustrated and angry. And who mandated that the work happen at night is not clear to me still. But what I'd urge is when you're planning to do work, that in all circumstances you try as hard as you can to have the work done during the day, particularly when it's over an extended period. So I'm curious how you think about the timing of different work and what efforts you make to keep it during the day so that we don't have other episodes like the one that we had last summer.
Ms. Williams, you want to start out?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman. I'm certainly familiar with this concern because a lot of the outreach and community affairs teams, as you know, led by Emmanuel Briggs, handles those complaints. In partnership with Mr. Thompson's, as the Chief Operating Officer, his division, we do look at each project and how we're going to accomplish that work. But we have to do that in accordance with DDOT's requirements and rules. So we make proposals. We have to get those permits approved. DDOT has, a team that understands the work, looks at it, makes those decisions about what's best in terms of safety, the timing that they feel is most intrusive or not, or less intrusive. So it is a partnership. I know there was a little back and forth, and certainly I will tell you that it's never a good time. So while certainly this community complained about the noise intrusions at night, we certainly get the same fair amount of concerns about traffic intrusions and how we do the work during the day. So what we are trying to do as a team is to better engage the community, going to those ANCs, making sure that we're educating about the work so that they understand the improvements that will be received by it. With construction work, it's always going to be something that they dislike, but with that one, we have to have some time to do the work that's less intrusive, especially on a major thoroughfare like Connecticut Avenue.
Yeah, there's still sort of a hint of the same thing because when I reached out to DDOT said no. They asked to do it at night. And so there's a partnership. In this case, it was a partnership of people pointing the finger at the other one. And I just would urge that for both of you, that every effort be made to do it during the day. I do want to commend the DC Water team because part of what came up in that process was a sense of that there wasn't adequate notice of when the night work was going to happen and how long it would last. And since then, it's a be careful what you wish for. The number of notices of work in the area is enormous. But I don't think anybody can say they aren't being warned about what's coming at this point. I think we worked our way through that and the system is better today and most of the work is happening at night, but it was a painful episode. Speaking of painful episodes, Soapstone and the work on Soapstone, which I think I understand that the snag has been undone and that you're moving forward and the end of this long period of work may be not that far off in our future. Can you tell me what the expectation is of when it will be that you'll be able to reopen Albemarle Street and we can move on and have this in our rearview mirror?
So I know that project is very important to you. I don't want to misspeak on the timeframe because it has been ever evolving. What we can do, certainly in partnership again with Mr. Thompson's team, is have Emmanuel reach out to your constituent services folks. We've been trying to, we have a monthly update that we do to the ANCs to keep them very abreast in that partnership. So I don't want to misspeak. I too understand that it's very soon, but I would rather give you more specifics.
No, Emmanuel has been out there, and I think yesterday at an ANC meeting, I heard Peter, talk about it. But let's get that one done. The closure of Albemarle Street there are folks on Albemarle Street who love it, who live, in the shadow of the closure, but the impact on the traffic pattern and the impact on kids going to school, I think, is real. So let's get that one done. The other thing, back on Connecticut Avenue, just for a second, an enormous amount of work was done, and now I'm hearing about potholes, and it's not surprising. So when can we expect that that to be addressed?
So we've talked a lot about DDOT, and certainly this morning I heard Pothole Palooza come back up as a topic, with all of the jurisdictions having to have delayed restoration and increased potholes as we've experienced a harsher than normal winter. So what we can do is certainly reach back out and understand, get better clarity on what DDOT's plans are in terms of our permitting and partnerships. And this is where that relationship that we have with DDOT is so critical, because a lot of the times we can't just, as you know, go into the public space without getting DDOT's permission to do those things. And with lead-free DC and other projects, street restoration is a huge cost factor. So we want to do it when it makes the most prudency of our dollars, so that we're not spending that money now and then having to come back because of the weather conditions creating some deterioration.
All right, another one where, as soon as we're ready, where the last project has been done, which I think we may be there or be very close. Let's get out there and get that road resurfaced, because I'm hearing more and more about issues, and none of us want that. On lead-free DC, thank you very much to your team. I came out, I was able to watch how you were doing it. Very impressive process, a super important project. I have a couple of constituents who have reached out because they had a leak. And so they needed to fix their pipe going out of the house. And so they just went on their own, thinking, I have an urgent situation where I have a leak, and I can't wait for DC Water to come around and do this, and I can't wait to go through the approval process because it's leaking right now. And then they went forward and did the repairs and paid for it. And they don't qualify for reimbursement because they didn't apply up front to DC Water to do it. They use DC Water contractors to do the work, but they felt the need to act more quickly because it was a leak. Can there be any flexibility to allow a customer like that to be reimbursed at least some portion of the cost? It's not that they were trying to work around the system, they were trying to work within the system, but they had an urgent situation. Is there space for some sort of flexibility there?
Well, we're always flexible, especially with our customers, and in paying their bills, repairs, and those sort of things. And so we take everything on a case-by-case basis. So I would love it if we could get the names of those customers and addresses, and we could revisit and maybe give you if we do repair it, great. If we don't, and a legitimate reason why it did not get repaired. Or they didn't get reimbursed the monies that they had put into this. And so we would love to get that information if we could.
Okay. And Chairman Allen, if I can just go a few seconds over, because I have the last thing, because it's again in this flexibility area, and there probably was testimony about this, about the period to appeal a bill. And my staff has been working with folks at DC Water and at the Office of the People's Council, and I just want to plant a seed here that I just got something back from you guys that, you can move off of 30 days, but you can't go to 90 days. And really the situation that I think we're trying to get at is, maybe it doesn't have to be 90 days, but where there really is a compelling case for why it is that a person missed the 30-day window, or if it were a 45-day window, that there be some flexibility again in that setting to accept an appeal technically out of time, but for good reason. And it seems like you're open to that if it's a medical reason, but I think there are other categories of reasons, and I hope that you can be receptive to the idea of, I don't want you to open the floodgates to just any old anybody, but where, and the ones I hear about are ones where it's a compelling situation, where there's a compelling situation, leniency on that deadline.
You know, Councilmember Freeman, we appreciate what you're saying, and thank you for bringing this up. We want to be as flexible as we can. We do, I think, show a lot of flexibility. That's one reason our receivable is up to $35 million, is because we are so flexible, and we're not turning people off and those sort of things like we maybe should be in some instances. But I will say again, if there is a situation or an incident that you have that you would like to submit, you can submit it directly to me and to my office, and we will take a look at it and get back to you and let you know what we can do or what we can't do and why and so forth and so on. But we do want to be as flexible as we can.
Okay, very much appreciate that. Thank you for the extra 2 minutes, Chair Allen.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Mr. Gaddis, I know you and I have talked about this before, but I want to just have a chance to make sure we put it on the record for all of our friends that are watching. When we look at our board composition, we've got a new chair, and we had a fantastic hearing with the nominee, now principal board member and the chair, Dr. Unique Morris Hughes. Jed Ross was moving from an alternate into a principal position, but for the District of Columbia seats, every one of the alternate seats is vacant. Correct?
That is correct.
Every one of the alternate seats for the other parts of our board, making up from Prince George's County, Montgomery County, and Fairfax County, all have someone in those alternate seats.
That is correct.
I'm really concerned that we have every seat vacant. That's a total of 6 alternate seats. Glad that we've got all our principal seats filled, but the 6 alternate vacancies, I am concerned. What is the absence of an alternate member for the district? How does that impact the board or the committees and the function?
Great question. But if I could just go back a little bit and just for you to understand why we are where we are. I don't think it's because of people not working hard or trying to get there, but you know, our last really true permanent board chair that we've had in place that really drives the you know, the board members, because it's their board. It was Tommy Wells, and that's been a while now. We had an alternate in place, then we got a permanent, and that permanent was only in place for about 2 months. Then we got an alternate, then, you know, someone on an interim basis again, and we finally have our permanent board chair in place. And if my memory serves me correctly, it's been a year, probably 18 months or more. And so, you know, it's kind of hard for that interim to be pushing for, you know, those board seats. We do have, you know, chair in place today, as you stated, with Dr. Hughes, and we have worked with her. We have taken, she has asked for our help. We have 4 alternate members that we have taken to the mayor to be assigned board seats. So that will leave us 2 vacant seats. We're working on those 2 vacant seats. We are hopeful that at our next retreat in March, April, we will have all the alternates in place. We're hopeful. And we know at least we'll have those 4 in place if they all accept. But to answer your question on impact, the alternates are not allowed to vote. It's only the primes that are in those 6 that are in those seats. And so there's not a real impact from that standpoint, but there is an impact when it comes to things that we need to get done in DC, because we need the voice of those DC members at those board meetings talking about and being adamant about the things that we need. You know, not to say that those outside of the district don't have on a DC water hat, but they are outside of the district. And so it would be great if we could have all the seats filled. It also is very helpful, I think, to the chair as well to have all those DC members in the seats and speaking on behalf of the district. So we're working on that, and we're working very hard on that.
I agree, and I'm glad to hear that we're working on it. You know, I think there's another element. I know when we had the confirmation hearing for Jed Ross, who had served as an alternate and was now being put forward as a principal. You know, I'm sure you watched part of the hearing. Most of our questions were actually for Dr. Unique Morris Hughes, who was not coming from the board and coming onto the board. Jed Ross, I was really impressive because he'd spent the time as an alternate, right? So I think there's a high degree of confidence. And so to also continue to build towards your principal members, having somebody who serves on the board, speaks the language, knows some of the issues, having those alternate seats are being filled is also important because there's no guarantee every one of these people are still in this position, and it helps you build a bench of really thoughtful, smart folks that know the issues and it can come up. So I want to continue to encourage the mayor to get those nominations forward, identify some individuals. We'll just go ahead and do this as a big PSA because I'm sure the entire city is tuned in to the DC Water Oversight hearing right now.
Yes.
If you have an interest in serving on the DC Water Board as an alternate, please reach out because we need to fill these seats and get some great people on it. They'll speak up on behalf of their city and their residents and build that capacity. So I appreciate that. All right, let me move to a couple other issues here. I wanted to look at in DC Water's FY26 budget proposal. The agency had projected a substantial increase in average monthly residential customer bills from $138 in FY25 to $245 in FY2034. So don't people think that's next year? That's talking about a growth over a period of time. But that's about $107 more. And again, while it may not seem like a lot over the span of that time, it could mean, you know, approximately a $10 a month increase year over year until you get to that, which is substantial. So is that cost based off of the expected increase in rates over the time? Is it based off of other sets of assumptions that are baked into the 10-year financial plan? So helping kind of give a little context to that would be helpful, Mr. Gaddis.
And we'll give you that. And that is a fantastic question. I'll ask Mr. Brown to get involved in answering this question. But I will say we have increases throughout the year and every single year. You know, we have growing expenses. You know, ongoing infrastructure needs that come about every single year, along with you know, things that require us to put more money in whatever it may be. You know, I sort of have, to be honest with you, I have two CIP programs. There's the DC Water CIP program, and then there's the Washington Aqueduct CIP program. That is and a lot of people forget about the Washington Aqueduct. We pay approximately 80% of the expenses at the Washington Aqueduct. You know, most recently when the federal government talked about the retirement piece and the reduction in staff, the Washington Aqueduct was not included in that because the federal government doesn't give any money to the Washington Aqueduct. It is all paid for by its three principal agencies, which is Fairfax, Arlington, and DC. The other two paying 7 to 10% of the fees there. We pay 80% of that. And so that becomes another CIP program for me. It is a very old piece of infrastructure as well, aging infrastructure, very, very old. And it is unfortunately a place that we don't have a lot of insight into, to be honest with you, because it is a federal government institution. And so we do our best in getting that insight and working on that CIP program, but it is a big draw on us as well, along with our normal CIP program. So we're going to continue to have those increases, and Mr. Brown can go through the actual and pinpoint some of those expenses.
Yeah, thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Gaddis. And certainly it's an appropriate question. I guess first I would say is that we're a cost of service organization. That's a fancy way of saying we don't pay investors. And so the rates that we charge our customers represent only the cost of service to provide water and sewer services that our customers use. Mr. Gaddis was right to focus on inflation. That's especially impacted us in our capital program. And I mentioned this earlier, that the capital program represents, and the growth in debt service represents the single fastest growing portion of our budget. As we look at our budget year over year, there's an 11% increase overall. In operating expenses, it's 3%. And that speaks to all the work that we're doing in order to control costs. There's a it's 7% overall. In the growth in debt service costs is 11%. And that is just the cost of addressing the aging infrastructure that we've talked about this morning. There was a report that was done in January 25 that looked at water and sewer rates nationwide and found that over the last 5 years, water and sewer rates had increased by 24% over the last 5 years. And ours have increased by less than that, 22%. And so I think that speaks to, again, the kind of efforts that we've been talking about, the cost savings initiatives and others. Nevertheless, rates are going to continue to increase. Now, we have very, very old infrastructure. It needs to be addressed, and we're ramping up our capital spending. We do have some of the most robust customer assistance programs in the country. One of the affordability metrics that's used nationwide, I don't think it's a particularly good one, but that looks at median household income and says that water sewer rate shouldn't be more than 4% of median household income. For almost every single income category, because of our customer assistance programs, it's 1%. So it's a quarter of that affordability metric. And so you did mention the growth in the average household charge for our customers. For our CAP customers, it's $2.53. So it's a much smaller increase, and I think speaks to, again, the robust nature of our customer assistance programs. And then finally, I'll just mention the efforts at our transparency. So when customers in the past wanted to understand how we spent our money or wanted to know information about it, they had to go through every single meeting agenda for our board committees. We've now created a website that has all the information about our budgets, all the deliberations, the presentations that go to our board about our deliberations. And so, again, rates will increase, but we want to be very transparent about how we're spending customers' money. And then we're going to continue to work on our customer assistance programs. We added a fourth tier of customer assistance this year. The new tier has the highest enrollment of any other program. So the affordability issue is something that we continue to look at.
Yeah. And I'm going to come into those CAP programs a little bit too. And I think it's thank you for raising that, so that when people hear the numbers we just cited with the CAP, that is not the same level of an increase. So I appreciate you bringing that up. I did want to dig in for a little bit too, which I think deeply impacts DC Water, and that is regarding arrears. And I think you talked about some specific cases with my colleague a moment ago, but I kind of want to try to get the big picture of what we're seeing at DC Water. Because obviously we want to get as many eligible residents enrolled in those utility discount programs as possible, other assistance programs. But can you walk through the analysis of our current arrearages and the impacts that creates? My understanding is you are seeing arrearages that have started to increase and become a higher and higher overall percentage of operating revenue, which is concerning and I think unsustainable on its current trajectory. But there also seems to be a very large discrepancy between arrearages in multifamily buildings and in commercial properties and in single-family residential properties. So I want to give you a chance to talk about those arrearages, and I've got some more specifics we'll go into after that, but want to tee that up a little bit.
Okay, fantastic. And, arrearages is an issue. It's an issue across the country because affordability is an issue across the country, especially coming out of COVID and other things that we have going on in the U.S. today. We realize that, and we're very sensitive to that. And we do try and take each one of our bills from our customers and the issues that they may be having, take them as individually as possible, and really work with that customer and try and put them into some sort of program that works for them. Mr. Brown and others at the table can talk about how it pinpoint exactly how it impacts us as an organization. But at the end of the day, the arrearages get paid for by other customers across the district. And that is what we want to avoid. And that is one of the things I was talking about earlier as you stated, with Councilmember Fruman, that when it gets paid by other customers, it is one of those things where it is an impact on them. And it becomes an impact on us because we have to answer the question why and when and so forth and so on. But Mr. Brown, if you can get into the particulars, that would be fantastic.
Sure, I'll try to just touch on some of the data points to be helpful to the conversation. Prior to COVID, our delinquencies were about $12 million. Today, they're triple that. And as you said, as a percentage of revenue, it's higher than I've ever seen at DC Water. 55% of those delinquencies are from our multifamily customers, and the remaining are split between commercial, about 20%, and then the residential customers with the remaining. And the issue is just as Mr. Gaddis described it. I said earlier, we are a cost of service organization. And again, that's a fancy way for saying we don't make a profit, we don't have shareholders to pay. And so when customers who have the ability to pay do not pay, that means that rates are higher for every other customer. Are there other data points that I can be helpful with?
Yeah, well, so I want to dig in a little bit to this. I think it's very important. As you said, we're at approximately 3 times the total amount from pre-pandemic. And to some degree, we understand as we all took extraordinary steps during the pandemic, you're going to have some of that pile up. What I do want to note, for example, when we look at the disconnects that DC Water has done, we've got this broken down by year. And so we can see that residential disconnects, and that's going to be single family homes, pre-pandemic in 2019 saw 11,537. That dropped, of course, as we went through the pandemic, 2,400 in 2020, which probably represents maybe the first quarter. And then as we really hit the pandemic, that stopped. 0 in 2021. So that's in our, we are in full recovery mode there. 2022, only 600. So starting into the recovery. 2023 and 2024 starts to go back up. But even 2024, this past year, 6,300 total residential disconnects. That is about half of what it was pre-pandemic. If I look at that total number, though, from 2019 through 2024, that's 23,000 residential disconnects. Our multifamily disconnects, though, about the same across the board. 6 in 2019, 2 in 2020, 0 in 2021, 4 in 2022, 6 in 2023, 3 in 2024, total of 21. If the multifamily is accounting for 55% of your delinquencies, that is a huge discrepancy, though, in where we're choosing to disconnect. And now listen, none of us want to see a disconnect. We acknowledge that. We've got our CAP programs that we're working to help make sure we resolve that, our payment plans. So let me make sure I state that very clearly out of front. Nobody wants to get to a disconnect. But it does appear that there's a really big discrepancy between a disconnect on a residential, meaning a single meter, and a multifamily. Is that because in a multifamily building of, let's just say, 100 units, you could end up with 25 people that are not, well, they're not separately metered. So your building is not paying. Is the building, are you finding buildings paying a portion of their bill, or they're just not paying the bill? Because a disconnected multifamily building means you're turning the water off for all the residences.
That's correct.
Is that a complicating factor around a decision when you've got 55% of your delinquencies are coming from multifamily buildings that aren't paying for their water?
Without a doubt. I will say this. It is, it's a tough decision to make. When you have, let's just use your number of 100 folks, or 100 residents in that building. And they paid their bill because they paid their rent, and it was their water bill was included in their rent to the landlord.
And I just want to make sure, so that, again, for the public to make sure we understand too, because people might be very familiar with the idea of sub-metering your electricity. So when you keep the lights on, the TV going all night long, your electricity bill, if you're sub-metered, is going to be tied to that. Whereas if you are making all the right decisions, your electric bill is going to be less.
Right.
I'm not aware of a multifamily building that has water submetering.
That is
And I
correct.
don't believe that exists.
It does not.
So I could leave the sink running all day long,
Mhm.
or I could be somebody who's smart about filling up my bottle once or twice a day, and that's it.
Mhm.
We could be paying the same amount,
Mhm.
right? So I just want to make sure the public understands the distinction here between the way in which multifamily buildings work for water versus
That is correct.
what you may be more familiar with, submetering and electric.
That is correct. But it's included in their rent.
Mhm.
And when that landlord does not pay the bill, and you have these individuals that have been paying their rent, you have children, babies, and those individuals in that building, that's a tough disconnect. That's a very, very tough disconnect, for us.
Mhm.
And as a result of that, one of the things that we are doing with Councilmember Parker is helping with establishing language that will help in letting anyone in the building know that there is an arrearage. They do run the risk of being disconnected, so that they know. Because right now, when we turn that individual off, they don't know. They have no idea why their water got turned off. They just come home one day and the water's off.
And on top of that, if they were paying their rent, they were paying the water bill.
That's exactly right.
And the landlord cashed the check, but didn't pay their part.
That's exactly right. And so, we now think that we know that we're going to have to move forward with disconnecting more individuals in that category that you talked about and leveraging that. That's something that we have going forward in the future, is to disconnect. But we do want to make sure that we do notify and that we're transparent and letting everyone know you've got an issue in your building, you are going to be disconnected, and here's why. And so I think that you'll see those numbers increase in the future. But in the past, we just haven't wanted to do that.
Have there been conversations with the Attorney General around this? I mean, we have an Attorney General who will go after landlords that aren't doing right by their residents. And in essence, if I'm taking your check for the rent and everything else, and water's supposed to be a part of that, but then I'm not actually paying DC Water for it, I'm putting my tenants at risk of having their own water turned off.
Yes, we have.
Okay. How have those, and you may not be able to share everything if you're in the middle of conversation with the Attorney General from a council perspective, but can you share anything about those conversations?
I don't know if anybody, Ms. Williams.
No, I think we're exploring a host of options. And the Office of Attorney General certainly has a new housing division that is taking a look at those bad actors, let's say. We're also doing a lot of outreach to our small housing providers, the Apartment and Office Building Association. I think what we're all experiencing is that we're hearing from that community that they have a challenge of how to resurface from COVID. You're hearing from us and other utilities about we have arrears due to the challenges post-COVID. So I think this is a time when the council, the executive office, the mayor, the communities are all going to have to come together to address this. Mr. Gaddis perfectly noted about our hesitancies. We want to attach those residents and multifamily property owners who want to reach out and have assistance are on payment plans and have set up those things. We have a large number who are not.
Yeah. And I hope you can also hear, I agree with everything you're saying. And I hope we can also hear for the 6,300 residential homes that had their water that was turned off and disconnected. That to me jumps out as it's a glaring problem that needs to be addressed and fixed. And there's not a simple answer. We absolutely have some work to do around this. And I'm not discounting the fact I've talked to several property managers who are struggling because they have a number of residents that are not paying rent. ERAP has run out of money, so they're not able to tap into those sources that the council helps provide and the mayor works on. So I understand they're feeling pressure points too, but they are taking the check for rent. And part of under their lease was supposed to be to help pay the water. That's not happening.
Yes, sir.
But when I see 6,300 residences have their water disconnected because they didn't pay, but a property owner with a multifamily doesn't pay, but nothing happens. I think we are headed towards a larger and larger, and I think you already see it. It's currently a very inequitable way that those disconnects are happening right now. I can appreciate the complexities of a multifamily building, but I think that schism is going to get more and more distinct, and we're going to have more aggressive action to think through what that looks like. You're not going to have this information right now, but one of the things I would ask is if you could help us understand, do you have, I'm going to wager, but I don't know, do you have more like repeat offenders than others of people who own multiple buildings and they're not paying? Do you have the addresses mapped in a way that help us see the geographic distribution of where this is happening? You probably have some of this internally. I'm not asking you to put it up here on a slide right now, but if you could follow up with me and the committee so we can help understand both the scope of this challenge in front of us. If we have some landlords that perhaps are more inclined to be living in this space, and I would imagine it runs the gamut like a lot of people. You've got some landlords that are probably trying to find solutions and work with you on payment plans and things like that too. But I'd like to dig into this a little bit more because I think it is a crisis that is going to hit you and your bottom line and your ability to deliver that customer service. And it's going to potentially impact the ability for you to make all the other investments that we've got to be making if we're sitting here with 36 million in arrearages, and 55% of that is coming from our multifamily buildings.
Agree, and thank you, for that. And we will, I will tell you, the spring, as we've said, is something we're looking forward to. Not that we want to turn individuals off or multifamily homes off, but we think that we're in a better position to do that with new language and being able to communicate with those that that live in the building, that their water is going to be turned off and the reason why. And I think with that transparency helps us, and we feel better about turning off those buildings. We also
but we don't ever get there, right? Like the goal is to never turn the water off.
That is true.
That's what we want.
That is
So
true.
we're never going to feel good about turning the water off.
We never will feel good about it. And we also are going to be contacting the council members whose district those are in as well, letting them know ahead of time. We are moving forward with the disconnect of this building, and so that they know as well, because we know that's one of the first phone calls that's going to be made. And so we want to make sure we let the council members know as well.
And we can help also make sure we put pressure on those property owners and managers that they've got to pay that bill, because they cannot put their tenants who have put their trust in them and paid their bill at risk like that.
Agree.
We've been joined by Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder, and I want to turn to Councilmember Felder for a round of questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Gaddis, Ms. Williams, Mr. Brown, and other members of your senior leadership team. As a former DC Water Board of Director, I appreciate the work that you guys do to make sure that families in the district have quality drinking and working water.
Thank you.
With that, in my new role as the Ward 7 council member, obviously I've been getting a ton of questions from neighbors as they've seen a spike in their monthly water bill. With that, could you speak to how DC Water balances its financial needs while protecting consumers from excessive rate increases?
Yeah, that's a great question. And let me first, before answering that, thank you very much for your service to the DC Water Board. We miss you, and we know that you're in a new role. Congratulations in your new role, and so thank you very much. To answer that question, we do take that into account in trying to balance that. You know, one of the things that we do is, you know, we try and get the receivables in and those sort of things. We need those things to occur because of our bond rating as well. And with our high bond rating, it allows us to borrow money and to continue to borrow money. But if we go another direction, it will impact our ability to borrow money. And so it is a balancing act for us, especially for Mr. Brown in his role as the CFO. Mr. Brown, I didn't know if you had anything to add to that.
Just briefly, Mr. Felder, and again, thank you for your service to DC Water and to the District of Columbia. It is something that when we work through our rate increases, there are a couple things that we try to do. Number one, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, is we really work to operate an efficient organization. And to the extent there are cost savings that we can provide to our customers, and just this year we were able to refinance some debt. We're able to save $75 million, and that will impact every one of our customers in a positive way. So that's number one, how we try to operate the organization. Number two is how we implement our capital program. we have some enormous capital needs, and that will be the single largest driver of rate increases as we go forward. But we owe it to our customers, we owe it to the District of Columbia and the regional partners who we serve to continue to make investments so that when customers turn the tap, the water comes on. That is very important. And then another area where we have been, where we've done a lot of work is in our customer assistance programs. And so we now have 4 tiers based on household income. In each of those tiers, that the average usage rates are about 1% of median household income, where there is a measure that rates are affordable if they're up to 4% median household income. But because of the way that we've structured our customer assistance programs, it's about 1%. And then I'll put in a plug for one additional program that the council helped us fund this year is we've noticed that in some of our customers, especially low-income customers, high water usage that then drives a high bill that is unaffordable. With your partnership, what we've been able to do is create a program where we go into the customer's house, use our money for an assessment, and then with the money that's coming from the District of Columbia, make repairs. It's a brand new program, and I'm really pleased to announce that we have 2 repairs that have been completed very recently, and that is going to have an immediate impact on those households. So that is a tremendous effort that we've been able to be involved with in a partnership with you.
And Mr. Felder, I'd also like to have Ms. Williams, if she could, to talk about the voice of the customer, one of our programs that we have that in that transparency and talking with the customer, working with the customer on these bills and getting them in programs. I'd love for her to talk about that.
Absolutely. I'm going to make a shameless plug. Mr. Gaddis is noted earlier, the Stakeholder Alliance. The Voice of the Customer survey started. Mr. Gaddis arrived back in 2018. He established the Stakeholder Alliance, which is a diverse cross-section of residents. So they're not all ANC commissioners. We intentionally don't want, to have just ANC commissioners. But one of the things that came out of the Voice of the Stakeholder Alliance was the Voice of the Customer survey. Sure. And that annual engagement that we do with customers, what we're hearing them say is that they're willing and desiring to have improved services. They understand the nature of aging infrastructure. They understand the cost, but they do want to make sure that we have those customer assistance programs in place. So I do, just wanted to make that nod because we have numerous opportunities to engage with the community, outside of our over 200 events that we do each year. The Voice of the Customer survey is a great tool that district residents, regardless of whether they pay a bill, have an opportunity to engage us about the service that they expect from us.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Brown, you mentioned set rates. Could you walk me through the process of how DC Water works with the Office of the People's Council to determine the set rate for your customers?
Sure, Mr. Felder. So there's 2 ways that we work with the Office of People's Council. One in representation of customers with regard to bills. I'm less familiar with that process. It's outside of the finance organization. But with regard to our rate setting process, and we will go through that in about a year, we introduce a budget with proposed rates in January. What we have done is we have taken our relationship with the Office of People's Council very seriously. Even in this year when we did not do a rate making process, we had to sit down with that office and walk through our budget and answered questions, and we're as transparent as we could be about how we spend money. We want Office of People's Council, like all of our customers, to understand how we're spending money, what our needs are, and especially the capital needs, which are going to increase over the next several years. That is going to increase rates, and we want to be transparent about that. With regard to the rate setting process, the Office of People's Council has a role to formally comment on our rates, as do all of our customers. But Office of People's Council has a special role in providing comments. And they provided rigorous comments and questions. They're tough but fair in the way that they provide their comments. And then I, as CFO, am responsible for going through, considering their comments, and then answering every single one of them. They testify before our board. As you may know, as you certainly know, but I'll say this for the benefit of anybody who's watching, it is the District of Columbia members of our board who set the rates. And so it's not Matthew Brown as CFO or Mr. Gaddis who's setting the rates. I present the rate proposal on behalf of Mr. Gaddis, he presents the rate proposal to our board, and it is our board who makes the deliberations. And in the same way that our board hears from me about the case in order to make the rate increases, they also hear from OPC with their thoughts, their questions, and then my response to those questions.
Copy. What oversight mechanisms are in place to ensure that DC Water doesn't take advantage of residents through unfair billing practices? I've gotten calls in which folks have seen an increase in their rates. They've complained to our office as it relates to unknown leaking issues that are driving their rates. So is there an oversight mechanism in place to kind of curb that?
You want to take that?
Sure, I'll start, Mr. Felder. Thank you. You know what? You mentioned the leaking on the private side of the property. I will put in a plug. We have a system online. It's called HUNA, where every single customer can have access to their data and understand if there is more than anticipated use on their private property. I had one several years ago where I had no idea what was going on. I got a huge water bill. I called DC Water. They looked at my records and they found they just through the data that's produced in the meter and I could access online, there was use during the day. I had an outdoor water sprinkler that was leaking. And so what we try to do is be transparent with our customers, and there is that system. You can also set it so that the leaks, so that if there is excessive water usage, it provides a notification to the customer. So love for customers to have access to that information.
But if I could just piggyback off of Mr. Brown's piece and off of your question, you spoke to, about unfair billing or whatever it might be. There is a customer advocate that they can communicate with as well to help them with this. I've not seen a lot of those type of complaints. And if they do come through, we are able to solve them because we do show the customer what they're paying for, how they're paying for it, and what it includes, what does the bill include, and those sort of things. So, and as far as and Mr. Brown was right, in the leakage piece, we've got a new program where we're helping out. The district is actually helping out individuals with those leaks that are unfound. But if they have a leak, it's expected that they can find that leak in some sort of way. And if not, we will help them in finding that leak in the future going forward. But as far as bills that may be unfair, we have a customer advocate person that will work with them and figure out what's going on with their bill.
And Mr. Chairman, may I ask for an additional few minutes for my questions? Matt, you were going to.
Oh, I guess I was just going to plug if just any customer, especially anybody's watching who has who has items that they want to contact us, please reach out to us. I mean, we've got a customer service team that wants to help. We're here to provide service for the residents of the District of Columbia. If a customer gets a bill that is confusing, or they have questions about, or they see excessive use, please reach out and call us. Give us a chance to address the issue.
Just a couple more questions this round. One thing that I really appreciated about DC Water during my time there was the effort that went into your strategic plan. You within that strategic plan, you outline this is how the agency is today, and this is who we want to become in the next 5 years. With that, my question is, what strategies is DC Water considering to prevent sharp increases to customers in coming years, if any?
What was like prevent what?
To prevent sharp increases in rates in the coming years.
Well, I mean, one of the things that we're doing is that we are, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, we are looking to create savings within the organization. And that has been we've done that intentionally. I talked about earlier that not 1 year have we actually hit the target. There may be a year where we say the rate increase is going to be 8, and what we'll come back with the official ask is 6 or 7 because we found other efficiencies or we found ways to save money. We talked about the elimination of personnel, and not actually individuals, but positions that were vacant. We had 41, 44, but those that Mr. Brown talked about earlier, which equated to $5+ million. And there's a number of things that we're doing within the authority to create savings, and it's permanent savings, not just savings for that year, but permanent savings across the board. I think that the other thing that we don't talk about enough is the way we bid our projects. We have a great program around our purchasing in our organization, and we create savings in purchasing, and we create that savings by creating competition. Competition is very, very helpful. And we talked about earlier how a lot of contractors out there did not want to bid on our projects because they were design, bid, bill, and those sort of things. And we're now going to a collaborative process that Mr. Thompson spoke to earlier. So there's a number of different things that we are doing within the authority to save money and make sure that there's not these sharp increases. I have seen utilities where they have a 21% increase, and one year it was 8, and the next year it's 21, and next year it's 10, then it's 30. And that's what we try not to do. We're trying to level ours out, and that's what we're proposing for over the next 10 years as well. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Felder, if I may add just a few, I think the importance is also on education and outreach. You spoke about our Blueprint 2.0, that last imperative is equity. And as a result of that, we try to do a lot of outreach and education about to all of our diverse, our seasoned seniors, to getting in schools to educate, going to ANC meetings, meeting people where they are, at festivals, et cetera, to make sure that they understand and they can prepare. So not just during our rate making process are we talking about our rates and financing. We know that we're trying to create that foundation so that they can plan. We recognize as all of us have a budget, that knowing what's to be coming in terms of those increases is really critical. So we do partner with our service agencies too. So the Capital Food Bank and others, those wraparound services, to make sure we're educating them. So as they're talking to those service providers, that they know how to increase their budgets to help offset the impacts so that they can provide that support as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Well, my new favorite Ward 7 council members started asking a bunch of the questions I was going to ask on the next round. But teamwork up here, so I like it. So he actually asked a lot about the customer assistance programs that I wanted to ask about, but let me drill in at least one that I wanted to make sure we followed up a bit more on. Because I think Mr. Gaddis, I can't remember if you had talked about this or maybe Mr. Brown had talked about the newest bucket of our customer assistance program, which I think is the CAP Plus. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear you say, Mr. Brown, that is the largest number of individuals are enrolled in that program thus far?
Yes, that's correct. We've got 808 participants in the CAP Plus program. So we're really thrilled about that.
Excellent. Does that mean that out of all the other CAP programs, they have less than 808 individuals in them?
At this point in the fiscal year, they do. We typically, because of the re-enrollment process, enrollment builds throughout the fiscal year.
Okay, got it. Because I can imagine we have a lot more people than just 808 that could benefit from that.
And we want, again, there'll be another plug in the.
I'll applaud the 808.
I don't know.
I just know there's.
And the number to reach out to us is 202-354-3600.
I told all of these things
bills
hearing, so that's good.
or about customer assistance programs, anything.
All right, excellent. So this will be the first year, so we don't have a full year's experience yet with CAP Plus, correct?
That's correct. It started on October 1.
Okay, all right. Well, I look forward to monitoring that, and I think to the extent that I would wager each council office may be already helping promote that, but if you've got this is a perfect example of that kind of nifty one pager that if you help get it out to all of us, each of us manage different newsletters and lists that we can help promote. I know our residents will appreciate it.
And Mr. Allen, there is one more program. Like I said, our board, we and our board are constantly looking at ways to improve affordability. In addition to our now 4-tier CAP program, and the enrollment is the same. There's not a special form. You go through DOE just like our other programs, so it's not difficult. But we do have a new program that's called the Payment Plan Incentive Program. And so during COVID, you've noted the growth in delinquencies, and we were concerned about that. And so our board has authorized a program. They authorized it last fiscal year. It continues for the current fiscal year. And what it's designed to do is to chip away at past due amounts that are owed by customers. So if a customer has a past due amount, and these are customers who are eligible for our customer assistance programs, if they get on a payment plan and they make 3 on-time payments, we will credit a bill with 40% of the amount that paid. We'll match you 40% and apply it to the arrears. And you can, for every 3 months that you pay on time, we'll give you another credit of 40%, and that runs to the end of the fiscal year. We'd love to have more customers sign up for that.
I think that's a great one, and because I think for many households, and there could be any number of circumstances that led to someone falling very far behind. It could be loss of a family member during the pandemic. It could be loss of jobs. It could be just the uncertainty that we're seeing right now. But it can be so overwhelming that someone says, this isn't going to do me any good. I'm so far behind, right? And I think that's what this is geared towards, is trying to find the person who maybe otherwise feels completely overwhelmed by how much is owed, but create a thoughtful plan that, like you said, start making some payments forward, and you have a pretty generous match to start writing off that arrearage that is piled up.
Absolutely. That's the purpose of the program. And I just got some numbers hot off the press. Enrollment has increased. It's now over 1,000 for the CAP Plus program.
A lot of people were watching this hearing.
Well,
to go from 808 to 1,000, that was amazing.
At least 1,200 people. That's the DC Water contingency.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Well, I think for all my colleagues, I know you share this information and find ways to get it out. I think make an ask out of us. Like, ask each one of us to put it in our next newsletter, help make sure we get the word out. I think we can help carry that forward because it helps everybody. I think that's important. You mentioned this, but I want to dig into this a little bit more. Last year, we worked together and we funded the 50% of the leak assistance and repair program. So great news. You had 2 people that the repairs have already been done.
That's correct.
Fantastic. Those are all in Ward 6?
I don't have the
information. So how many do we have in the pipeline? If we have 2 that have been completed, how many do we expect that we'll be able to get? I'm assuming that's 2 in this first quarter, right?
It is. I mean, the program has been set up. We needed to get contractors, identify plumbers. So there was some startup cost or just activities for the beginning of the year. I mean, we want to spend the whole $250,000 on the program. I mean, the customer service team is going through the process of reaching out to customers, getting the assessment done, and then moving forward with the repair. I'm happy to report on progress as we go forward and get you the number that you're looking for.
Well, this is a total of $500,000, correct?
That's correct.
Because we put in 250
for the assessment and 250 for the repair.
Okay.
Yes.
So how much has been spent thus far?
It's 2 repairs. One was a relatively simple toilet repair, as I understand, and another one was a more complicated in-wall sort of sink situation, as I understand it. So I think it's been just over $1,000 that we've spent.
Okay. So in other words, we've got some room to expand.
Absolutely.
All right.
We would appreciate your help in promoting that program. We do our outreach and thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna know it's a part of our continual efforts, as Matt, my apologies. As Mr. Brown noted, it's really important that those residents contact our customer service center for support. We are not here to be a disconnection entity. That's not our goal. Those individuals are very committed to helping, and they're the ones who, as a part of our outreach efforts, are making that connection to say, take advantage of these programs. So I know you see, lead-free DC all over the city, but we market our customer assistance programs equally as much, especially in those high arrears zip codes, so that individuals know they can take advantage of these programs.
Okay, excellent. I want to turn to the Clean Rivers Project for a little bit. I think, again, this is a space where the numbers are just impressive in terms of the combined sewer overflow events that have been prevented. We had the groundbreaking not too long ago for the Potomac River Tunnel, which is one of the next phases. Just kind of looking back from where we began, which in 2018, there were 26 combined sewer overflows in the Anacostia, 59 in the Potomac, 36 in Rock Creek Park. Last year, 4 in the Anacostia, 51 in the Potomac, we're working on that one, and 13 in Rock Creek Park. So the volume, of course, is just massive. The total volume overflow volume fell from over 2 billion gallons in 2018 to 742 million gallons in 2024. Now, again, none of us like the 724 million, but that is a massive drop from what we have been seeing. So those are just astonishing numbers. It's a lot of hard work. It is a long project, but it is going to have a huge impact on the water quality of our rivers, of our environment, and it's going to set us up, I think, for the next century. So it's going to be really good. Anything that you want to talk about, just having that fewer CSO events, what does that actually translate to for DC Water? How does that impact you just as in terms of your operations by having that fewer events taking place from an operations perspective? And then what does that mean also just you think from the overall water quality in our rivers?
Well, first of all, it means that we won't get fined by the EPA.
Mm-hmm.
That's the very first thing. And so, but you know, for us at DC Water, it means that we are contributing, you know, to the system and the health of those rivers that you spoke of. And that's very, very important, that one day the Anacostia becomes fishable and swimmable, and those sort of things. And we're gonna get there. But also, you know, from a pollution standpoint, and it also, for us as an authority, it stands us up as one of those organizations in this country that does care about you know, its rivers and the ocean, because we end up out in the Chesapeake and into the ocean, and it's one of those things where we do care about that. And so we're putting our money where our mouth is. But the other thing is, for us here in DC, the big byproduct from this tunnel project is we reduce flooding throughout the entire district. And with that, you know, it increased not only the health and the well-being of Washingtonians, but it also increased the value of homes and those sort of things. And we eliminated flooding in a number of different neighborhoods. And so we're very, very proud of that byproduct, because that's not what the tunnels were for initially.
And
but it's helpful.
You're going right to where I wanted to also ask is how we have more experience, obviously, with the Anacostia River Tunnel, but we have the Northeast Boundary Stormwater Tunnel that's completed. How, outside of anecdotes of there's a storm, how are we able to evaluate and measure the reduction or elimination, even preventing flooding in some of the specific areas that have been most flood prone? We all know the stories. I know DC Water is well aware. How do we measure that in a way other than just the lived experience people are going to have of much less flooding that takes place? How do we help measure and quantify that?
You know, I don't know if I don't know of a way to measure and quantify that, you know, unless you do, Jeff.
Well, so we do work collaboratively with DOE on hydraulic modeling of the effectiveness of the tunnels and looking at the rainfall and the mitigation effects that happen. So we are trying to measure that. Some of it is challenging just because of the nature of the age of the city, and you know, we don't have meters at all of the outfalls or infalls and so inlets to the system. But we have attempted to do that. You know, again, I just think it's impressive that, you know, we're a few short years away from essentially eliminating the sewage flow into the Anacostia and the Potomac that's been going on for 215 years. So I think that's a great milestone for us in terms of
I think it
environmental
is. And then,
stewardship.
you know, when Mr. Gaddis volunteered his entire senior team to do cannonballs in the Anacostia, I thought that was a bold move. And
Exactly what we're
applaud it.
going to do.
Absolutely.
But I will say, council member, that the other piece about this and about the Anacostia and the rivers is it has moved us in a direction where we have to work with our colleagues upstream. You know, when you come in on you know, after a rain event and you look at the Anacostia, that's not coming from DC. That's not coming from the residents in DC. That's coming from upstream. And we really need to work with those other districts and entities upstream from us and keep them from polluting the Anacostia and continuing that pollution. And so we are working on that.
DC. Some of it's from DC, but yes, good line share of it's from our good friends in Maryland.
Exactly.
Yeah. Last question out on this panel. We heard one of our witnesses earlier today, and I think your team already got information to follow up on, but talked about essentially some repair work that was being done by DC Water that she believes damaged. It was a gas pipeline and some other work. We've heard before where I think there was a story on NBC talking about lead service line replacements left some structural damage, some property damage. How is DC Water handling claims? How do you make sure that residents who do believe that there was damage done to their property has an outlet to be able to either recover damages? Is that a claim directly through DC Water? Is it through the contractors that you are using? Can you talk about that process and what we've learned to improve that so that we don't want any damage to be done, but in the event that there is, you've got a way to make people whole?
And as you know, in construction projects, there's always damage that occurs. There's always claims that occurs. And so it is something that we have taken very, very serious and that we look at on each one of our construction projects. But Ms. Williams, and being in charge of lead-free DC, she is faced with this on a day-to-day basis and has some pretty good numbers as well, and how we've performed thus far with lead-free DC and some of the damage claims that have come in.
No, and it's never happy to hear incidents that arise like that. I think what Mr. Gaddis is noting is this is a major construction project and that we understand there are going to be some instances. We have done great strides to make sure we're doing a better job of inspecting a home before we do the work. So that is really kind of the best practices. You talked about conferences and those things. That's a part of what the learning share that we are hearing from as others are doing lead service line replacement programs in the nation. I don't want to say proud of the fact that we've had less than 1% of claims in the totality of the construction program, which is again under the national average, which is about 5%. I think it's a testament though that we want our customers to understand if there have been instances that have occurred where we were wrong, we're going to go through that claims process and walk them through those steps. It's never something we look forward to doing. We know that's going to happen, but we've done our due diligence to learn from those instances to get better. And one of those things is really doing a better inspection. This is an old area, and we know that a lot of those pipes have not been touched, for decades. So when we're going in to do that work, we're trying to make sure we do a better job of explaining the risk to customers so that they have a full understanding and grasp of what this project entails.
And if I could have Mr. Brown comment as well.
Yeah, I have two things to clear from earlier conversations, so I could do that now. Okay, so the first thing is we talked earlier in the hearing about the $8 million payment for the Clean Rivers. I was going to try to insert this when we were talking about Clean Rivers. I didn't quite make it. The 3.6 is what we've received. So it's of the 8 million, 3.6 has been received. And then you asked earlier about the leak assessment. We have 54 participants. So that's great news.
Wait, there's a lot more than two.
2 have been done. 2 of the leak repairs have been done. 54 in the pipeline.
That's there you go. That's some good news. All right. I love it. And for folks that want to get into that pipeline,
call.
Oh, the number.
I can give Matt's cell phone number. Yeah.
202-354-3600. And it's 354-3600. Thanks.
Excellent. Okay, I'm out of time on this round. Let me turn to Councilor Felder we'll probably do one final round, Councilor, if that's good for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gaddis, could you speak to any upcoming federal regulation changes that may impact DC ratepayers?
Yeah, we spoke about that a little earlier, but we'll be more than happy to go through that again. We one of the things we talked about was that it was a blip that we had. We call it a blip. It was 2 or 3 days where we didn't see some of our payments occurring. Those have all been paid. So to date, everything has been paid by the federal government and others. We do have some programs. For example, lead-free DC. We've got about a $4 million a month spend that occurs that we ask for them to pay back. That has occurred. We don't know what the future holds. We'll have to get into March and see what happens. We just don't know what. But there is about, I think, 4% of our budget is impactful by the decisions from some of those emergency or presidential pieces that come down the pipe. And so But right now we sit in pretty good shape.
Copy. My Ward 6 colleague mentioned earlier flooding. How often does DC Water clean the sewage catch basins, or is that a DPW function?
No, it is part of what we do, and I'll allow Mr. Thompson to talk about that.
We basically have teams that go out and clean them continually. So throughout the year, we have benchmarks that we achieve every single year in terms of going through and cleaning all the catch basins.
Copy. DC Water has been working to replace the aging water and sewage pipes for a long time, as you all are aware. Where is DC Water in the replacement process, and how will the impeding tariffs impact the progress and costs?
So, for us at DC Water, the majority of the time we buy American.
Copy.
Okay, so those tariffs, especially on pipe and those sort of things, really don't come into play for us. So that's the first piece on that. And I think that the second piece, I think, was the first part of your question. We at DC Water are always trying to be aware and alert as to what pipe needs to be replaced. We have a great asset management program, but at the end of the day, you can't see what's underground. We just don't know. And it's one of these things, and Jeff knows this better than I do as an operations person, but there was a time when pipe was supposed to last 100 to 120 years. Okay. And we got to a point where when we had some of the wars that we had from a World War standpoint, we were using iron and other things for our teams that we were sending overseas. And some of that scrap that was coming, we were putting that and building and making pipe with that. So, that pipe that was supposed to be 120, 100 is now 60, 50, years of age before it deteriorates. And so, but I'll allow Mr. Thompson to expound on that.
Certainly. So we do have quite a lot of infrastructure that is in that 1940, 1950 circa period there that went into the ground. And as Mr. Gaddis pointed out, that has essentially reached the end of its useful life. So we do have considerable infrastructure replacement challenges ahead of us. We are planning for that. We have modeled the system, and we are prioritizing projects so that we are replacing that infrastructure in the most efficient manner possible. But we do have tremendous capital demands in order to get ahead of that, in order to reduce that aggregate age of infrastructure to where we have a more resilient infrastructure. Yeah.
Thank you. Could you speak to how many lead service lines have been replaced in Ward 7 compared to the outstanding service lines that need to be addressed?
That would be Ms. Williams, and she may have to get back to you, but
Okay.
she may have it for Ward
It's a
7.
good gotcha question. I don't have the specific number. But what I'm really proud to say, Councilmember Belder, this was raised earlier with one of the witnesses, and it's really, I hope that you take it to heart as much as we do. This program was prioritized through an equitable lens. We have done our lead service line replacement programs first by those who are in underserved communities. So we're going to 7, 8, 5 first, and we're very proud that we're utilizing those dollars, so the monies that we have to spend it, to offset the impact on those residents, because we know there is certainly the notion that east of the river always gets it last. So we went there first. So when we are looking at that prioritization model, it is done through an equitable lens that's looking again at those most vulnerable to the health effects of lead and those underserved communities. But I will get back to you on the actual number.
Thank you. Could you speak to your process in which, say I live in a multifamily building and I've been paying my water bill, but it's 24 other neighbors in that building who has not paid their water bill in quite some time. And as a result, the building's collective amount is $100,000. How do you, if any, make the determination of if you should waive that cost?
Well, first of all, we don't have any, what you've described in a multifamily home would be a sub-metering type situation. We don't have sub-metering.
Okay.
So it is 1 meter. And so an individual would pay their rent through to their landlord through their rent payment.
Okay.
And so someone cannot not pay their water bill.
Okay.
The tough part is, and we talked about this a little earlier as well, you know, and Mr. Allen, Councilmember Allen, definitely put it in a great light. You know, we have not disconnected a number of multifamily homes compared to single family dwellings. We've disconnected far more in single family dwellings than we have multifamily. And that's not something that we're bragging about. It is something that we have to get right. One of the ways we're going to get that right is through working with Councilmember Parker's office and getting the language where we can give access to those individuals that live in those multifamily homes, and they can know that they're behind, that the landlord is behind on the bill, and they do run a risk of being turned off. So when they come home and the water's turned off, it's not a surprise. But it's not something we want to do, but it is something that we have to do. We are more than $35 million in the arrearages, when at one time before COVID, we were at 12 million. There was a time when we got up to 17 million. Matt and I were looking at each other and saying, what are we going to do? We're now at the 35. And so and most of that lies in the column with multifamily homes.
I would strongly encourage you all to keep my office in the conversation as well. We have some great ideas in which we can address this.
Mr. Felder, 543. Had it in my notebook, just didn't flip fast enough.
Appreciate you.
We would love to talk to you about
Absolutely.
about these disconnections and others, but as we said earlier as well, we will be, if the disconnection is in your district, we will be contacting you prior to the disconnect. But we also want to make sure that the individuals that are living in that dwelling understand that they are in danger of being disconnected.
Copy. And my final question, and Ms. Williams, is maybe directed to you. You talk about the lead replacement program and how you focused on Ward 7 and 8. I'm pretty sure you're engaged with ANC commissioners, civic leaders, the whole nine. My question is, how are you guys broadcasting the success of the program? Right? Oftentimes, if you never worked for DC Water, if you never attended a public meeting, if you never served on the board of directors, you don't know the progress because it's infrastructure related. It's on the ground. So how are you guys highlighting the success of the agency?
That is a great question. I think we focus so much on trying to educate. Certainly, we put out an annual report on our successes to talk about that. We are continuously working with our community-based partners to share that information. We talked about the activators earlier in the successes that we've had with that partnership with DOES and finding those individuals to help us find those trust aspects. This is going to be a continual process to celebrate successes. So I don't want to high five, as Mr. Gaddis says, until we cross that last line. We can continue to talk about the importance of this program, continue to find the advocates to help us, find the cost efficiencies and to find cost savings and those things. But I don't want to celebrate successes until we're done.
Well,
Sorry, sir. I don't know if that's you. I mean.
Well, that concludes my questions. Thank you all, and I look forward to working with you on my new capacity, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. In my final round, try to hit a couple of things. We talked about our multifamily buildings, and Councilor Felder brought it up as well. We have made the choice in the district when it comes to electricity and gas that we require submetering in new construction. And we do that because obviously these are utilities there's only so much energy we've got. It allows for fair billing. It allows for greater conservation of that resource, energy in those contexts. Other cities require water submeters by code. I think New York, Seattle, I think most of California does. So it's not impossible for us to do.
True.
Do you believe that we should be sub-metering by water on new construction?
Especially on new construction, yes.
Why don't we do that?
Only thing I can think of is it costs more money to build the building.
Is water a limited precious resource? That's an easy yes. Yeah. I would imagine the argument would be cost. Of gosh, it's going to be expensive to add that in. If you're doing new construction, I'm not sure. I'd like to learn more about it. I'd like to learn more about what is the actual increased cost, but it sure seems like it would make a lot of sense, both for fair billing for residents and for tenants. It would allow us, if a building is not being a good neighbor, and it helps you better know where to go.
I will say our permitting department is looking at that with the developers, and so we are looking into that. I think it's a great question, and we are looking into it though.
If I'm a low-income household in a multifamily building, how do I get enrolled in a CAP program if it's not sub-metered? Doesn't that create a whole host of challenges there too?
It does, but we were one of the first utilities, and Mr. Brown can go through this, where we did offer that to individuals living in multifamily homes. Mr. Brown?
Can you briefly share a little bit of that?
Sure. So during COVID, we were one of the first utilities in order to set up a program that would provide a bill credit to the owner of the building, and then the owner of the building was to pass that credit on in a form of a rent credit to the tenant.
Mm-hmm.
It's a difficult program. There are a lot of administrative costs. We currently don't run that program. It was set up especially for COVID, but that is something that's
my
being discussed
recollection was
nationwide.
that we had situations where the landlord didn't pass it on, or it was questionable if they did or not, which then means we didn't accomplish what we wanted, which was to help that resident.
And landlords complaining that there wasn't enough incentive. So we
Right.
Originally there was a 10% incentive, and 10% of the amount was provided to the property owner, and then we increased it to 20%. Still, we're having trouble with getting participation.
Okay.
It's a lot of administrative cost.
Yeah. Well, I would love to work with you on trying to think about this. I would imagine I'm going to end up, having an organization that represents apartment buildings perhaps say, wait, we don't want that because there's going to be an increase in cost. But I'd also try to think about, I don't want to pretend there's not a cost, but we also did it for energy purposes. Again, a limited precious resource. Why would we do the same thing for water? And it ultimately is more fair to the building, more fair to the tenant, more fair to the utility.
Yep.
So anyway, I probably opened a whole can of worms just by talking about this out loud, but I think it's something we should look more at. Our boil water advisories, we've talked a lot about each one of them, so I'm not trying to dig into each boil water advisory here. Just a broader question around, while each one is going to be unique, what are some of the lessons we've learned? We've had 4 in the last year. What would you kind of take away some of the common themes or lessons that we've learned by going through them to help think through, how that helps inform both? You're not going to always be able to prevent it, but I think the communication is always a critical and key part.
That is the biggest piece I think that we have learned. Unfortunately, you're poking at sort of a scab that I have, and that is I came here in 2018, and after 2 weeks of being here, we had a huge boil water, and as a result of that boil water, we have gotten better in the years to come. But communication is the key for us in these boil water type situations, and we've learned throughout the years to issue the boil water as quickly as we can, especially most of the time they happen in the middle of the night. Some of the complaints that we got was that, person gets up in the middle of the night, they get a glass of water, they don't know. But, it's kind of like, would they have really known because they weren't watching TV or lit? So it's about communication for us. And so we're doing everything we can. I think that our new system that we have and working with the district and so forth, and with the HCMA and individuals that are coming into the district or that are in the district, them getting that cell phone blast as well is key. That was something we didn't have in the past. We have that now. The communication is the key piece for us. The blocking and tackling is really, is what our heroes do every single day. They're the ones out there in the middle of the night when we're asleep. We may never know there was a main break, or whatever, but they're out there making the repair. But the big piece is the communication piece. And from a timely standpoint, I think that's what we've really built a great system on from a communication standpoint today.
I would agree with you on that. And I know Ms. Williams and I talked about this previously. I think the use of technology to blast out that information to make sure people know about it is just something that didn't happen a couple of years ago. And I think it's been a really great way to effectively get information out to people quickly. So kudos for using that technology, refining it as you go. But I think that's a great way to do it. So I think it's been a big success.
Thank you.
When it comes to, I do want to make sure I understand one of the boil water advisories, I believe, was related to the aqueduct.
Yes, sir. There's two of them were.
Two of them. All right. All right. To our good friends, the aqueduct. How did we end up resolving those? In other words, what I can get a, huge water main breaks, water pressure drops. And so you've got to go in and fix that water main. And there's a boil water advisory in that neighborhood around it. When it's a boil water advisory stemming from the aqueduct, how does that get resolved?
Well, you had two, and Mr. Thompson can comment on this as well. But you have one where there was algal growth in the river, and that's where the water was coming from. We had 2 or 3 other utilities up the river from us that did not have the problems that we had. So it was the Washington Aqueduct that did not have the proper technology to treat the algal growth. And as a result, we were within on July 3rd, we were within probably 30 minutes of the district being without water on the biggest holiday that exists for us on July 4th. And Mr. Thompson and his team worked very hard with the Washington Aqueduct. We moved water around where we could and turned valves and those sort of things and kept us in service. But we were minutes away from being without water. The second incident, they operated a valve on their property that they did not tell us that they were going to operate. It was one of those things where I don't even think they knew that they had operated the valve, and they operated the valve and it shut water off to us. We for hours were looking for a main break because the amount of water that wasn't getting into our system, we said there's got to be a major break somewhere, and we traced this city for it, and we never found it. And then we came back and asked them to look on their property for valves, and they had operated a valve. And so those are the two incidents that we had where the Washington Aqueduct contributed to an issue for us on an issue to boil water.
And how does that get resolved in a way that they don't repeat? Again, mistakes happen. Have they made any fundamental changes to address what took place? Or do they disagree with us in our assessment?
Well, I don't think that they disagree. I mean, they know that these are both of the things that occurred. I think that they're at a point where what they've said is they've got to be in a position to treat the algae in the future. And so we just don't have a lot of insight into the Washington Aqueduct. We just don't. And that's just the honest to God truth. And we've tried. We've tried very, very hard at being that #1 customer, and we should have more insight. We do have a new colonel there at the Washington Aqueduct, and we have said to him that we'd really like to have a person on site and a part of our team being involved and looking at what's happening at the Washington Aqueduct on a day-to-day basis. He has asked us for a proposal, so we will be giving them a proposal for that. But we are trying everything we can to build that relationship that we think that we need with the Washington Aqueduct. And I would allow Mr. Thompson to comment further if he'd like.
Sure. This is a highly unusual situation for a major metropolitan city to be wholly reliant on another party to provide drinking water. I think it's unique. And the Army Corps of Engineers, we certainly appreciate what they do in terms of emergency response, but in terms of water treatment, this is the only facility they operate. And as Mr. Gaddis pointed out, our visibility into that organization and where they are on a day-to-day basis is extremely limited. So it's a less than ideal situation for us, for DC Water. You know, all in terms of water production, all of our eggs are in a basket we don't own or control.
Yep.
And it does make it very challenging for us. But in terms of changes, the one change that they've made at this point that we're aware of is they now have the capacity to dose a chemical to treat algal blooms, copper sulfate, which they didn't previously have in place, interestingly enough. We are hopeful that some of the maintenance at the aqueduct that had been deferred is in progress, but we're not entirely certain.
Yeah. Okay.
And if I could add, Councilmember Allen, you know, one of the other things that we've learned, I think, is the precautionary boil piece versus a full out boil. So we're very conservative, and we do issue that precautionary boil for the health and safety because we think that's important to make sure that that does occur. I will tell you, it's not something that we're bragging about or we're proud of, but boil waters are happening all over the country. And they're pretty consistent in some communities.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, right in our own backyard, you know, WSSC has had 2 boil waters in 2 weeks back to back. And, you know, we haven't had our last, and we know that. But we're doing everything we can with the men and women at DC Water to make sure that it doesn't happen. And if it does happen, we want to make sure that we do protect the health and well-being of all those in Washington, DC.
Yeah. I appreciate that on the preliminary notice. And on the aqueduct, I know it's not the sexiest topics, but you know, a secondary source of water is incredibly crucial. And I appreciate the work we did with Metropolitan Washington COG and others to try to help highlight this as such an important need. It's again, it's not the sexiest topic to talk about, but
It
it's
isn't.
really, really important.
Yeah, but we're continuing to work on that because I think that it is very, very important as one of America's major cities, the major city, to not have a second water source.
Yeah.
We're the only major city in the world that doesn't have a second water source. And that's just not a good situation to be in. So we're trying to improve that and make that happen.
Yep. I know we almost don't like to say it out loud to let people know about that either, because it is a very clear vulnerability as well. Last couple of quick things. I made a note to myself. Actually, Mr. Brown forgot to mention this when we talked about the leak detection, whatever we call this pilot program. In the same way we talked about helping quantify things and help show, I'd love to make sure we show a return on investment. What I mean by that is, I think you've already identified a couple of homes where they've got these leaks, and so their water bills are significant. In some cases, we're making relatively modest fixes, but actually stopping the leak. I'd love for us to be able to look back on this and make sure we know the program's working the way we all want it to. You know, $1,000 investment actually ends up saving $2,000 in the back end, right? So the more that you can help tell us that return on investment, frankly, will help me be in a position if we need to look for continued funding on the district side to help keep pitching in for this. It also, I think, helps your board of directors when you're able to show them this is what that's relatively small and modest investment made and the return meant back for folks.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then I've got a parochial ask. So most of my questions today are as committee chair. Here's my Ward 6 ask. I've got 4 catch basins that keep getting flooded. And after every rain event, the water just stands. My neighbors are at their wits' end. And so I'm going to give them to you because I know your staff's going to write them down.
Yes.
5th and A Northeast, 3rd and A Northeast, 4th and A Southeast, see a trend, and Kentucky and C Southeast. So those 4 intersections, we've had some just kind of long-standing issues related to the catch basins just clogged up, and every rain event ends up in a giant pool.
Got it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Really appreciate everybody's time today.
Thank you.
I know we've got some follow-ups, and if there are any other questions, we'll certainly reach back out, but I appreciate the fact that you and your whole team were here. And I think we went through a lot of things, and I was glad a couple of my councilor colleagues were here as well.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do now is conclude the committee's performance oversight hearing on the DC Water and Sewage Authority. Again, I want to thank all of our public witnesses for their testimony. I want to thank DC Water and General Manager CEO David Gaddis and his team. The record for today's performance oversight hearing is going to close on March 6th, so you can submit written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until then. The next scheduled meeting of the committee will be tomorrow, actually, Friday, 21st, at 9:30 a.m. The committee will hear public witnesses for its performance oversight hearing on the Department of Energy and Environment, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, the Green Finance Authority, and the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency. There being no further business for the committee, the time is now 2:31 p.m. and this public hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.